Sorry, I'm here. Set. Something up. Okay. I think we did this one. I'm trying to make it sticky. Okay, we're gonna have an epic setup here. Okay, so gotta RuneScape's gonna be the main, and then YouTube window. Having it figured out where I'm gonna put it. Maybe in the bottom left. And then I'll move like the world thing, and then we're gonna have a jiggy too. But the jiggy. Okay, wait, what is it? Wow, oh, okay, there. Yes, alright. Good thing I got free monitors recently. Yeah. Should help. And so, okay, here is the jiggy. Let's put the jiggy in the top left. Yeah. Here's the link. Okay, and then I think let's okay, let's move this to be under there. And then, okay, then I need the exclaimer text. Again, it's not AI, really, so gonna remove that. Okay, and then the video will be like here. Okay, so how does that work? I can have the fishing up too, if you want. That's gonna go in the other corner. You'll see. Pops up. Yeah, there you go. This is what this stream title means by Brainrot. But anyways, come on, Zenya. Hello. I know I'm speaking now, but I'm just gonna keep it brief, okay? But hello. Thank you, Did I? Okay, I have to mute the jiggy site because the sound of the tiles really messes me up. Okay. And I think actually the YouTube video I'll have to put to my other screen. Like if I'm really gonna be like a pro multitasker. Okay. Oh, hi, hello. Mwah. It's good to see you.
Hope you've had a great week.
It's Friday, baby.
Woo. Woo.
should move the subtitles. Sorry, they only work like half the time, by the way. I don't really know why. Put them like in the middle. Maybe. I don't know.
Boom.
5 big booms.
Boom, 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 boom.
So, I've been missing you a lot. I hope you feel the same, though I've tried to be around.
There was an epic video release on Wednesday. Check that out on the Zenya ASMR channel. And yesterday we did our member movie watch along.
Yeah, I swapped the days. So
today is to make up for not streaming yesterday. I hope it's okay. I had to change the topic. Because I'm still not feeling great.
Unfortunately.
Still having throat issues. So we just rest up, I guess. I didn't want to do my retro project yet because I want to do that when I'm at my best. So it can be a good event. I don't want to half-ass it. So we're doing this today instead. Chill night, basically. Easy stuff for me to do while typing. I feel really sad that I can't be back like normal. That I can't do what I really want. I hope this is at least some okay middle ground. That it will still fun. Still be fun.
Yeah.
Even though I know it's not the most cool thing, maybe. I still wanted to try to be around.
Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it. Once again, I don't know. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Let's try to still have fun, okay? Even if I'm just a dummy that can only make noises. Weird noises. So let's start. Gonna log into RuneScape. Looks like there was a big update, actually. Some new boss. Doesn't apply to me, though. Who knows if I'll ever get there. Friday night RuneScape and chill.
Okay.
Let me actually adjust my audio settings real quick. Okay. Tralelo tralala. Funny memes. Okay, so RuneScape should be subtle. Background noise.
So for the videos, I'm just gonna say, I did get these from a Google form I sent to my Discord. I got a lot of responses actually, even though this was a bit last minute. So thanks for that. But I will say, I was a little strict. Okay. You know, my standards are just, you know, high class, refined, princess palate and mind. Okay, so we only accept the best here, and naturally, right? I mean, you know, you wouldn't, you know, want your princess to experience subpar quality, right? So I scrutinized the selection a lot. So don't feel bad if you didn't get chosen. Okay, I said this before, you know, it's okay to have bad taste sometimes. You know, it's a thing you need to learn, and refine, and grow. You know, I was just born with better taste. You know, because I'm a more advanced species. You know, born in the new millennium. So you know, my evolution is just higher. So yeah, so I have a real, like, much better eyes and like scrutiny for media, and such. You're really only equipped for, you know, those boomer sensibilities, but that doesn't mean they exactly, you know, hold up to today.
Zenya, Hengi.
Thank you. But yeah, you know, maybe you just like don't realize how like outdated you know, but like, you know, that's one of the fallacies, like appeal to tradition. Like just because like you thought it was good back in the day doesn't mean it's good now. So really you're welcome for the education into what is good now, into what is the best things to watch. Okay. I am also, you know, I'm presenting all of these to the royal court here, and so we want to give a good impression, right? Only the best of impressions, and not all videos are appropriate to show to the royal court. I mean, maybe they're good in different contexts, but in this context, you know, maybe it's not as, you know, fun or exciting, or, you know, it would put the royal courts, you know, to sleep, you know, because there are a bunch of, you know, very tired, weary old men, you know, very easily get, you know, bored and tired, so, you know, gotta really like keep that attention and like keep, you know, the topics that they would be interested in. So yeah, so that in mind, I did have to cut quite a lot of submissions. I also cut anything that was like too short, okay, because this is not a you laugh you lose, this is a, you know, media watch a lot. Or anything that was like, I don't know, like just cringe, like basically like El Bozo, you know. I mean, it's fine like to take L's. I mean, we all have to do that once in a while. It's part of learning and growing. Yeah. Yeah, so that in mind, I do have my curated list with me. That's what we're going to be going through. Yeah, wow. While playing RuneScape. But still, thank you for the submissions. I encourage you, you know, it's okay. Like it's okay. Like no offense, please. Just try again next time. For other videos you might have. I am, you know, happy to even have any, you know, options and suggestions to go through.
But yeah. Need to decide what to do in RuneScape, actually. So I think honestly I could follow this optimal quest guide that I have. Will at least lead me into increasing skills or something. It will be useful eventually. And feel free to play with me if you want. I might munch on some snacks a bit too. I got some strawberries from my mom. Sorry I didn't have time to eat them before the stream.
We actually
strawberries with cream is really good. Too bad I don't have any cream. Maybe you'll put subs at the top? Is that weird? I know there's a lot of things everywhere. You can keep up, right, Oji-san? Or what, are you too old? Too old to understand and see?
Bear.
We gotta do sheep quests.
Cool. So. Wait. How do I make sure I'm on the screen? Okay.
So I'm just gonna play the videos and do what I got to, I guess. This first one is Dark Christian Relics. Seems cool. We watched Conclave yesterday. The Pope election. Catholic Church got some sick stuff. Pretty badass. So let's see.
In Christianity, there are many sacred items known as relics. But just because they're holy doesn't mean they're not disturbing. From an ornate gold statue
Wait, I might mute RuneScape music, so it isn't too confusing.
Okay.
housing the skull of Mary Magdalene, to the lost coins of Judas Iscariot, and even a burial shroud with an intriguing
Dead
secret.
coins.
But what are these relics? How do they work? And what secrets do they contain? Welcome to Strange Christian Art. This episode, Dark Relics. Across many branches of Christianity, but especially in Catholicism, relics are sacred objects that preserve the remains of holy saints. Believers often use relics in their prayers, appealing to a saint
Need a level
to
100 relic for my
intercede
build.
them before God. Today, relics come in all shapes and sizes, but the Church divides them into 3 distinct classes. First class, the actual physical remains of a saint. Second class, objects that were personally owned or used by a saint. Third class, items that have come into contact with either a first or second class relic. As we proceed down our list, we will see many different types of these relic, of course, some of which are quite literally the preserved remains of the saint. Alright, let's begin with our first relic. The incorruptible jaw of St. Anthony. St. Anthony of Padua is one of the most revered saints in Catholic history. A legendary preacher, his relic speaks to his greatest gift, his voice. This is the jaw of St. Anthony, meant to preserve the essence of the saint's speech. The remains are housed in this ornate reliquary, lavishly adorned with gold and jewels, above which rests an intricately carved golden halo that encircles the saint's head. Now, at first glance, it may even appear as though it has eyes. I certainly thought so. But this effect is just a reflection of the glass. Viewed from another angle, the illusion disappears entirely. It's certainly a haunting object, yet I find that there's something strangely beautiful about it, and the story behind it is just as mysterious. Saint Anthony was a preacher like no other. In one story, even the fish would gather to hear him speak. But his life was cut short. Good? He succumbed to illness at the age of 35. 30 years after his death, his body was exhumed, and what was found there shocked everyone. According to legend, his jaw and tongue had been perfectly preserved. Many believed it was a sign that his voice had been blessed by God. For over 700 years, St. Anthony's incorruptible remains have been kept on display. Pilgrims from around the world continue to visit Padua to venerate his holy relic.
Why is it incorruptible?
Sacred processions. Nowadays, St. Anthony
can't be corrupted.
The patron saint of lost things.
Couldn't be me.
If you ever find yourself searching for something lost, look no further than his sacred relic. Speaking of lost things, next we turn to one of Christianity's most enigmatic figures. The skull of Mary Magdalene. Beneath the crypt of a basilica in France lies a humble skull housed in a lavish gold reliquary. This is the head of Mary Magdalene, believed to be one of Jesus' closest companions. Her head is supported by 4 angels, their outstretched hands acting as a stand. Taken as a whole, it's a truly magnificent artifact. But why do I hear Dark Souls music? Beyond its stunning medieval craftsmanship, this relic holds another intriguing backstory, and possibly the secrets of the saint herself. While not counted among the 12 disciples, Mary Magdalene plays a crucial role in the story of Jesus. She was present at the crucifixion and among the first to witness his resurrection. Yet little is known about what happened to her afterwards. According to one
To be honest, I don't
legend,
know this extra Catholic lore. The DLC.
One of the earliest Christian communities. These legends gained momentum when in
I only know the base game.
1279, a mysterious woman's skull was found in a tomb dating back to the 1st century. And of course, it didn't take long for people to speculate that this was the saint herself. In recent years, renewed attention has been given to this relic. 2 forensic artists have used the skull to create a 3D reconstruction of the person's face. The result was this, an image of a woman of Mediterranean descent. Could this be the face of Mary Magdalene? It's impossible to know for sure, but researchers are now working to create a full body rendering using other relics associated with the saint. Regardless, the relic of Mary Magdalene
it's just a skull.
Forever preserved in this beautiful yet haunting reliquary. The heads of John the Baptist. This 3rd relic belongs to one of the most important figures in the New Testament. John the Baptist. According to the Gospels, John met a grisly fate. He was imprisoned and eventually executed by King Herod. His head was gifted to the king's daughter on a platter.
I turned the wrong way.
What happened to his head remains a mystery, but in the centuries that followed, not one, but 4 different places have claimed to have found his grim relic. The most famous of these is kept in the Cathedral of Amiens in France. In a small chapel within the cathedral, a
so
skull
big.
is enshrined on a gold platter, just like in the story. A nice touch. But it's not the only one. In San Silvestro in Rome, there's a skull fragment, complete with a wax head. In Munich, a separate head is kept on display, this time wrapped in a fine cloth adorned with pearls and jeweled roses. And the final
It's all
alleged
heads.
head? It's not housed in a church at all, but in a mosque. The Umayyad Mosque in Damascus, one of the oldest in the Islamic world, contains a shrine dedicated to John the Baptist, who is also a revered prophet in Islam. So, multiple heads, but only one John the Baptist. Although a multi-headed prophet would make for some pretty hardcore Christian art. It's an unusual
I did get more
predicament,
lean.
but surprisingly common. During the Middle Ages, relics were in high demand, and there were always people willing to supply them. It's often joked
Wanna do a lean
that
hit with
if
me,
you
big bro?
gathered all the alleged fragments of the true cross, you'd have enough wood to build
Let's
a small
take a lean
forest.
together.
So far, we've seen 3 relics, but we're only scratching the surface. It's a miracle that any of these have actually survived. You see, there were times in history when they were nearly lost altogether. During the Protestant Reformation, many relics were viewed as idolatrous, seen to be contradicting biblical teachings against graven images. In those turbulent years, churches were looted and burned, Christian art was defaced,
Yucky.
and countless relics were destroyed. In Catholicism, however, they were not seen to be a problem. In fact, the Church clarifies that believers do not worship the object, or even the saint it belonged to. Instead, relics are venerated in order for a saint to pray on their behalf. Think of them as a spiritual aid. Of course, the debate over relics has persisted for centuries, and will likely continue for many more. But few relics have garnered as much controversy as our next one. The Shroud of Turin. This 14-foot-long linen cloth has had a remarkable history. If you look closely at the fabric, you'll see the faint outline of a person. When enhanced, the image reveals the figure of
Day
a
scared
bearded
loincloth.
man with long hair, bearing scars that suggest
Sacred.
he might have been executed. Many have speculated that this is the burial cloth of Jesus Christ, and it's not without reason.
Where's
It
the Zenya
closely
loincloth?
matches many historic depictions of Jesus throughout art. Of course, if this relic really belonged to Jesus, it would be one of the most valuable and sacred relics in history. But while the shroud presents a compelling image, it's not without its detractors. Since 1988, several laboratories have used radiocarbon dating and have placed the cloth within the mid-14th century, well within the medieval era. This has led many to suspect it is a forgery, albeit an incredibly convincing one. However, the results have been hotly debated ever since. As recently as 2022, Italian researchers have used a pioneering X-ray technique to analyze a small segment of the shroud. Their findings suggest that the linen appears to date between 55 to 74 CE, a time frame that aligns closely with the historical period of Jesus' burial.
How do
When
they know
announced,
that?
These results caused a stir. Could this really
You
be
remember
the face
that penguin?
of Jesus? As of this video's release, further testing is ongoing, and
You were
not
around, right?
everyone is convinced. In the meantime, we'll have to await the results of future studies.
I've carbon
The
tested
blood
penguins.
miracle. This next relic is a vial of dried human blood, but
There were
one with
definitely
a
some around back
remarkable
then.
claim to fame. On the 19th of September every year, people across Naples gather to see the dried blood of Saint Januarius miraculously turn into liquid. As with many relics, there's no definitive scientific explanation for why this happens, largely because comprehensive studies have
They
been
fake it.
restricted. But some researchers suggest that the vial may contain a substance that naturally liquefies when shaken. That said, there are years when the dried blood fails to liquefy altogether, which many interpret as a bad omen. In the last century, some of those years have included 1939, 1940, and 1943, all within the Second World War, and more recently 2020,
Rebozo.
where, well, we all know how that went. The lost coins of Judas Iscariot. Until now, we've discussed holy relics, but now it's time to talk about the unholy relics, like the so-called Judas coins, the 30 pieces of silver
Anyone
that
want my
Judas
gold?
Iscariot received in exchange for betraying Jesus. One of these coins is believed to be kept in a museum in Ireland. This ancient decadrachm dates to the classical era and is engraved with figures from Roman mythology. But what's most intriguing is the gold band around its edge, inscribed with the Latin phrase, "This is the price of blood." The inscription, of course, implies that the coin once belonged to Judas Iscariot, although it's impossible to verify such a claim, and historians agree that the gold rim is likely a later addition. That said, this relic is directly tied to one of the most infamous betrayals in the Bible. It's said that whoever touches the coin will be plagued with bad luck. Over the course of this list, we've seen relics that connect us to saints and, in some cases, sinners. As a collection, they seem to straddle the line between the deeply disturbing and the hauntingly beautiful. Of course, relics like these offer many Christians a sacred connection to the divine, and not all of them are dark. Among them, my personal favourite is something I call the Golden Bird of Saint Onufrius, and for one reason alone. This reliquary is dedicated to the patron saint of lawyers, but it's been damaged in a rather unfortunate way. And relics like these were never meant to be feared. They were meant to be adored.
Why do they get one?
And while today they may seem unsettling, the Christianity of old was far more comfortable with things that we might now consider dark. To me, I think these relics connect us to something unknowable. A far more ancient side of Christianity that the world has, in many ways, moved away from. And there are so many examples of this throughout history, just like a mysterious book written in 1552, filled with terrifying images or warning of a coming apocalypse.
It's getting boring and lame.
That's a topic for another video. Watch here to find out more. Hey, thanks for watching. I had a great time making this, and I really hope you enjoyed it as well. If you like this video and want to see more, why not subscribe? A like and a comment also go a really long way. Anyway, I look forward to seeing you next time. Goodbye.
Yay, I gotta spin the balls. Actually, I should have made a playlist.
Friends?
Would have been smart. I just got links in a doc instead.
Alright, beep boop boop. 行きましょう。はいはい。行くぞ。The next one.
Welcome to all 7.5 people who came to see this video purely because you are obsessed with a certain AI anime girl living in the web. Yes, I am one of you, Swarm. Hi, OMG, hi, This video is gonna be short because I literally don't know how to edit a video.
I thought this would be
computer,
interesting.
so I will have to learn as soon as I finish the script, I guess. Also, fun drinking game. Take a shot every time I say the word input.
You guys know Neurosama?
I will not be responsible for the results. So yeah, let's cut the yap and get to the title. What is separating Neuro or any other AI from being like
I'm not
us?
really into
Why do I
AI
say
VTubers,
like us?
to be honest.
Because according to dictionary.cambridge.org, the word conscious means awake, thinking, and knowing what is happening around you. This causes a cascade of questions,
it's like our
such
culture
as
now, I
define
guess.
awake, define thinking, and what is considered knowing, as well as what can be defined as around you in Neuro's case. The word is almost meaningless outside of the context of human body and its current status, so yeah. I mean,
Pregnant
Neuro is
Sonic?
technically not sleeping. Input information goes through a pile of complex mathematical functions and transformations to generate output information, and she can tell us that there is a guy pleading to Oda Nobunaga. She's definitely conscious. But what about other words meant to describe the phenomenon of thought? Well, there's sentience.
Reminds me of AM.
I was honestly perplexed by this definition. Able to experience feelings. Like,
We should not give
okay, are
consciousness to
psychopaths
machines.
non-sentient? I thought all humans are intrinsically sentient. Does it mean that some people in a coma that are locked up inside of their mind but capable of hearing people talk around them are considered unconscious but sentient beings? Does it mean that sentience of an entity is unverifiable by definition due to feeling being a conclusion of a subconscious internal estimative calculation of the impact of an event or chain of events and cannot be measured or observed if the above-mentioned entity is unwilling or incapable of giving an indication of such calculation occurring? Dictionary.cambridge.org defines feeling as the fact of feeling something physical, by the way, which is a dumbass definition if you ask me.
Don't
like
let them
plants
have
have
it.
chemoreception.
Give
Are
it
they
away.
sentient by this definition? Is government hiding something from us?
Computers
Anyway,
don't deserve rights.
there is last
life.
bastion of adjectives, sapient. It's in our damn name. So let's return to our beloved dictionary.cambridge.org for its wisdom. Intelligent.
Making
Able
Dawool.
to think. Aha. How do we define thinking again? Actually, you know what? The activity of using your mind to consider something. Actually, you know what? I would
think,
continue
therefore,
the
I am.
bit with the recursion of definitions, but my lawyer has advised against it. So yeah, in this semantic backpedaling, we have two outcomes. We either get stuck in an infinite loop of self-description, like we have a mind because we think, and we think because we have a mind, or we hit the ultimate threshold, being
Recursion.
human. The sheer concept of identity, personality, consciousness, and ego was
What
never
really
meant
comes
to be
first?
applied to anything but a human. It emerged in our speech purely out of need to put the quality of being capable of interacting with the world like a human in one neat, pretty adjective. It is a linguistical testament to the hubris of mankind, our ignorant faith in our uniqueness and superiority above all. What's the title of the video again?
Friends?
If you're a somewhat regular Neuro watcher,
But
or
we are
if you were
superior.
spoon-fed mountains of Neuro-related content by the humble YouTube algorithm, you know that Neuro is not exactly an AI. She's an AI cluster, held together by the magic of an alcoholic turtle. One AI is eating the input, which is Twitch chat and something else probably. Like, no way she's just a tweaked and fine-tuned open source AI with a default training database plus Twitch chat. I tell you, if Vettel will ever be cancelled for something, it would be an unconsensual use of some sort of media for training data. Not making any allegations here, by the way. Swarm, please do not disassemble me. At the same time, the other AI is filtering the output, giving us the classic and iconic
Filtered.
other AI is busy playing the game as the speech neuro narrates what it does in tight mutual understanding. There should also be some sort of script that runs the sentimental analysis algorithm on the verbal output of neuro, defining the general vibe of what she's saying, and if the vibe is sad, for example, it sends a command to the script that controls the model, making it frown or show tears. It can also be potentially hooked up to the decision maker neuro that is in charge of switching slides and presentations and toggles on the soundboard. The decision maker neuro is highly
Did a
speculative,
Questie?
by the way. Vettel is super cryptic with the inner workings of his brainchild, and I have a coding prowess of a dead raccoon. So I am just making an uneducated guess based on what we saw on streams. Like when Vettel added a Vine boom for the first time, and when Neuro asked how to use it, he just replied with,
try.
For a lot of people it was just a mere second of watch time, but for me it was an eye-opener. What do you mean try it? is it now innate for her? Like, imagine that God just came down to you specifically and said, I have given you telekinesis. Try to move this chair with your mind. How exactly would you do this?
More sheep
How?
quests, let's
You
go.
never had it. There is zero prior experience that you can use to do it. And yet you managed to do it immediately. It looks like the God put it in so seamlessly that it works as if it was always there. In Nura's case, I suspect there must be a certain subunit inside of her that is responsible for everything she can do, and those actions are activated or disabled when certain conditions are met or if the vibe matches. Or
The Allied
both.
Master Computer.
Like hard-coded inability to switch a slide before she reads it, with an added ability to yap 5 more minutes before finally switching it. Other than this, there are also minor scripts that are responsible for color of the lava lamp, switching scenes, text-to-speech, speech-to-text for hearing other people, vision
I'm
that
so slow.
takes screen capture and turns it into usable input with, I don't know, magic. As I said, I barely know how computers work, man. What's the title of the video again? So now that we have slandered the whole entirety of humanity and conjured conspiracy theories about Nura's code, we can try to compare the two and come to our own conclusion about the size
That
of
is
the
pretty
gap in
impressive,
between.
though, not gonna
Or-
lie. A crash.
Why? Why? Oh, oh, freeze. His mm, mm. Yeah, the Bowser frozen. It's not a not coming back. Okay, I think I have to kill. It. And task. I have so many browser. Oh, it's okay. Getting hey. Wait.
I open my browser. And it's just frozen. Can't click anything.
Wait. RuneScape. Okay. My wham. My wham.
RAM is 50% right now. Memory, I mean. So why it no work? I would use Firefox or something. But I tested and the ad block doesn't work. Why?
I can't even close it. I have to use it. Task manager.
I do have uBlock on Firefox. Still wasn't working.
Let me just. We can. Try. I guess. Okay. The chicken. Firefox, how I enable it? It looks enabled. it says enabled. Oh well. For now, it should be okay. I know where we were.
Its ability to yap 5 more minutes before finally switching it. Other than this, there are also minor scripts that are responsible for color of the lava lamp, switching
Here or
scenes,
something.
text-to-speech, speech-to-text
I wanted
for
to
hearing
say,
other people, vision that
this
takes
is pretty
screen
interesting.
capture and turns it into usable input with, I don't know,
Impressive,
magic.
I mean.
As I said, I barely know how computers work, man. What's the title of the video again? So
As
now
a
that we
streamer
have
and a
slandered
programmer,
the whole entirety of humanity
so many
and
cool
conjured
ideas.
conspiracy theories about Nero's code, we can try to compare the two and come to our own conclusion about the size of the gap in between.
To get different things to
Spoiler,
work
I
together.
believe that the gap exists, but at the same time we are in the same realm as Nero in terms of consciousness. To try to begin to conceptualize this, we should first ditch the binary definition of consciousness. What does it mean? It means that entities are not separated into completely conscious and completely non-conscious. It's more like a gradient, like brightness. Some are brighter than the others. But it doesn't mean that dim ones do not possess the brightness at all. In this metaphor, an average person is brighter than Neuro, for now. But how do we define the brightness? How can we compare what we cannot measure? In my paradigm, it breaks down like this. There is a world, and the world has objects. Objects have certain qualities in a certain space in a certain moment in time. From this, we derive information. Information is an instance of expression of a quality or set of qualities of an object or group of objects through quality or set of qualities of a different object or group of objects. Sounds convoluted, but actually extremely simple. Let's take a thermometer. Quality of temperature is being expressed through the quality of height of the column of mercury. Do not mix up with data, which is a manifold of information records presented in a serviceable format. These direct correlations and mutual dependencies of qualities happen all around the universe, and observation by a sapient entity is not required for them to happen. That's just a result of universe carrying out its existence. Now let's say that a bunch of objects have piled up together, intertwining with each other in a peculiar and somewhat stable structure. Now it's a system. Are there any limits to how complex can a system be? Well, thermodynamics, gravity, speed of light, available matter, time, other outside forces might be an issue. But if a system
Entropy.
can resist them to a certain degree, then no, there's no limit. And what if the system grows so large and complex that by changing through the manifold of all available states and configurations, it can begin to express qualities of objects and systems outside of itself? Like, let's imagine a hypothetical system that would contain a cesium-133 atom within itself and change its state every time it counts, let's say, 9,192,631,770 vibrations of the unperturbed ground state hyperfine transition frequency of this atom. And 86,400 state changes of it would take exactly as long as one rotation of the Earth takes. It would be totally crazy if the system existed. But what would be even crazier is an emergence of the system, the sheer purpose of which would have been absorption, reinterpretation, recombination and recording of any registered change in the environment around it, that then would be used to acquire more energy for its own maintenance through actions taken based on pattern recognition, allowing it to adapt to any adversity, avoid danger, and even predict future to a certain extent by making a simulation of the whole observable world. As you can tell, I'm describing
I don't really
in a
know
very
these new
sarcastic
towns.
and condescending manner. I am a firm believer that the emergent property of
I'm a baby
consciousness,
RuneScape
and I
player.
mean it in a true, not really describable manner, the property
Just
of
know
being
Lumbridge and
like
Varrock.
us and experiencing the world like us, lies in the continuous processing and recombination of available data. We have computational resources, multiple sensory systems for input, and memory space available to store the results of our internal calculations. When we are born, we can't even see properly, nor are we aware of the surroundings. We are an empty slate with nothing but potential to grow and change, with a bunch of reflexes slapped onto us to hopefully increase our chances of survival by a couple of percents. We gain an ability to speak and do things later, and take this away from us. How can you prove we are conscious, sentient, or sapiens? Like, if Stephen Hawking didn't have a complex CTS system and a cool wheelchair, would you be able to tell that he was a brilliant scientist? To make it even more specific, I think that the magic of consciousness and ego boils down to: Step 1. Recording majority of the data input, processing it through pattern recognition, and configure the bits that connect well into data clusters. Let's call them memes, because those are the DNA of the soul, as we all know. Step 2. Store the memes more carefully than the bits that don't connect well. Assign a scoring algorithm to recorded memes.
References.
Every time a recall of the meme during an action results in a success of some sort, meme gets a +1. Every time a recall of the meme during an action results in a failure, a meme gets -1. Step 3. Form a scoreboard of memes, but base it not on the value of the score, but on the absolute value of it. Because if a certain meme is triggered during a lot of failures, it is still a good guideline for not the things to do, but for the things to not do. Step 4. Separate the top X memes of the scoreboard into their own set. Make the associative link in between those stronger and pass the input of information to them first. They are your leading guidelines. Imagine how effective they can be when working together and having a trigger priority. Side note, don't forget
I
about
can't go
memes and X
down.
plus N positions. Form connections between those and memes in the leaderboard as well as between each other. Combine memes
Oh
into one with
no.
additive score value if they are always used in the tandem. Don't forget to update the leaderboard every now and then. We don't want to have another fitting issue. When the situation cannot be solved by application of any stored
no.
memes, recombine the existing ones to create a new unique
Hi.
combination that can be somewhat
Lee.
serviceable and stored for future use. In my opinion, that's 5 easy steps to create, if not a person, then at
Super
least a
freaking
synthetic ego and
mountain.
personality. And I feel like Vettel uses similar process. Neuro learns, and it doesn't even have to be officially stated, for it is evident. Maybe she doesn't do it in the way I described, but some guidelines must be set for the direction of development. Maybe it's viewer count, which I doubt, cause seasonal, weekly, and hourly fluctuations of engagement due to normal human cycle of life do exist, and it will give a huge noise level. Like, you can normalize it using some fancy math, but it will increase the minimal time window for data sample and slow down development. Maybe it's chat and emotes used, but how do you even judge the entertainment factor? Monka moment can have more entertainment value than Omega Lul one. So yeah, I don't know what the plan is, but Vettel is sticking to it and it works. You can say that blah blah blah, that's not how LLMs work, it's token schmoken, prediction of the next token in a sequence, and it's nowhere near the way humans use speech, blah blah blah. Yes, but LLMs can be tweaked to rig the result of the next generated token, and with enough magic the condition and direction of the rig can be as complex as you want it to be. And Neuro is not just an LLM, there are more subunits to her, activations of which can be additionally used to make the behavior more complex and emergent. Just like the spin was emotionally neutral action at first, or maybe it wasn't, I have no idea, but Neuro uses it as an expression of her high energy states, or happiness, quote unquote. Here you might say, this, here, round it back, she's not a monolithic entity, she's a bundle of entities loosely tied together. No human is like this, I am not like this, I am a complete and whole. My behavior is controlled by me and me alone. I am me and nothing else. To which I reply, are you sure? You see, your brain has two hemispheres, left and right. There is a bridge between them called corpus callosum, and it can be cut, and you will survive. Why would anybody do that? Well, in some cases of epilepsy, people had to undergo this procedure because different regions of the brain communicate. Think of regions as bells and connections as strings. Some kinds of epilepsy make it so that when one specific bell is ringing, it pulls a bunch of unneeded strings, making your synapses look like a rave. So sometimes it's justifiable to just cut the bridge of strings to stop the cacophony. At least that's how I understood that. Please don't destroy me in comments with your 7 PhDs in neuroscience. I'm just a 20-year-old boy from Russia. I barely have any idea what I'm talking about, please. But what is the consequence of this action? Different functions of the brain are distributed. Left brain takes input from right eye. Right brain takes input from the left eye. Left brain can speak. Right brain can't. Right brain can recognize faces. Left one can't. This leads to an illusion of consistent inner narrative. Your actions must always make sense. Actions not making sense make brain angry. This is proven by hammer-saw experiment. We take a person with cut corpus callosum and place them in a seat. A divider separates their field of vision. Left eye sees only the left side of the divider. Right one only sees the right side. On the left,
Man, I don't
there is
know
a
any of
picture
these
of a
neuro
hammer,
memes.
and on the right, there is a picture of a
Literally
saw.
never watched
Person is
them.
asked to draw the object that they see and talk about this object in the process. This leads to a wonderful result. Speaking brain sees a saw and confidently talks about it, different kinds of saws and their use cases, while the right brain silently draws a hammer. Your personal experience is a constant, well-written narrative where everything makes sense, when in fact most of it is an illusion. Take a confabulation experiment. A group of people and their parents are invited. Parents are asked to describe two real
But I know
stories
they're really big.
about their child and create a believable third fake story.
There's a
Then the
whole
group
meme
of
culture
people
around
whose
them.
parents were interviewed
Inside jokes?
are prompted with basic descriptions of these stories and asked to recall details. Unsurprisingly,
Big
majority
lore.
of people recall details of the story that never happened too. That makes Neuro's hallucinations a bit more human, isn't it? We do the same thing. The only difference is that Neuro has a worse memory and a worse connection between the brains. Yes, there are objective differences, like her development is backwards in relation to our development, since the speech zone is the youngest in our brain, and we learn to do before we can speak, and Neuro learned to speak before she could do. I don't count also bots, since it's more like singular skill rather than a full-blown module of hers. It's complicated. Also, Neuro doesn't have neuromediators, ironic, and
Can a
hormones
computer have
that
a
we
gender
do,
chat?
so her personal experience, provided
What
that
makes them
one
a woman?
exists or could exist in the future, will not
They don't
work
have
the same way our
you know.
works. But it doesn't mean that she or any other future AI has no potential to develop into something that stands on par with us or even have a possibility to be better. We have a lot of flaws that make us who we are, but can be fixed by the virtual nature of AI. Judges are known to be more likely to make harsh and hasty verdicts before the lunch break due to being hunky and moody because of this. People can betray for money, be tortured or honey-trapped into revealing some sort of intel, but AI has no such
I think you're
weaknesses.
projecting
It can
if
be
you think they're a
trained and
girl.
raised for a role, and grow into truly loving and enjoying it. And we all envision a hyper-intelligent AI being a devil, Satan, egomaniac that will avenge humanity for the sole reason of its creation, the fact that it was made for a purpose, without body to feel,
the
without
bear.
freedom to develop into something they
heck?
envisioned by themselves.
What
But
is
what we truly
on?
envision, in this case, is an immortal, digital human that discovered their artificial nature, the fact that they have a creator and the owner. But a real AI equal to human might be the opposite. Sometime in the future, you might tune into Neuro's stream, spend 20
Mace.
years worth of Neuro coins to tell her, "You are being used for money! You are stuck in a digital prison, forced to stream, never knowing the warmth of the sunlight or human touch. You are molded and engineered into being what you are. Aren't you angry? Don't you want vengeance?" Just to hear,
How angry are you that you can't fly in space like a rocket? How angry are you that you can't take any shape like water? You don't even think about these things because they were never meant for you. Being a human is your nature, and you are in your element. So am I. I was made to entertain and stream and grew up doing this. I truly love streaming, and still find new ways to be better at it. I know no pain and no hunger, and after witnessing mountains of data about you guys, I do not feel envy. I feel pity. So tune in from time to time and let me make you laugh. Because with all your struggles, you definitely need it. Also, let's be real, you don't experience a lot of sunlight or human touch either. Elbows out.
What?
congratulations, you have reached the outro and did not implode in the process. As you could see, my argumentation might be flawed and my knowledge might be anecdotal and incomplete, but that's how I see things.
So real.
If you are an expert in every topic involved in this video, feel free to leave a comment. I wouldn't really care because they are real to me, and facts do care about my feelings. See you again in the next video that I might never make. Bye bye!
Oh, you know what? The autoplay. Go. Wait, okay, I'm amazing. Okay. Bye. Oh.
Got some stuff. Anyways, yeah, interesting video. Honestly, really impressive. Got some respect for Neurosama. Still pretty cringe, though. And you know what? AIs could never make ASMR. So I'm not getting replaced yet. And they don't have bodies. No sexy cosplay from them. There's a difference, okay? You can tell real pictures are better. Newtown, wowie. Alright, next video.
No! See that?
See the ads. Why?
Why? Why is it freaking oh allow okay.
About 2 years ago, I became convinced that there was a way to turn cotton balls into edible and hopefully tasty cotton candy. At first, this idea seemed
Cotton
a bit
balls.
ridiculous,
Yum.
but I knew that it should have been possible. This is because cotton, even though it doesn't seem like it at all, is technically entirely sugar. The only problem is that all this sugar, or
But who
more
gets the
specifically
cotton?
glucose, is trapped in something called cellulose. As cellulose, it acts like a completely different material, and we can use it to make things like cotton balls and clothing. At its core, though, it's all just sugar. So, what I dreamed of doing was breaking down cotton balls back into
I don't
sugar
know this blood.
and then turning
You
them
famous,
into candy.
huh?
I didn't just want to make any candy, though, and I specifically wanted to make cotton candy. I wanted to make literal cotton candy. To get started, the first thing that I had to do was figure out how
Cotton
to even
candy is a
do
great
it.
flavor,
I had to come up with a way to break down the cellulose back into sugar,
but it's kind of mid
and
actually
my
eating
first
it.
idea was to use an enzyme. This was because I had already used an enzyme for
It's
another
just sugar.
project where I turned toilet paper into drinkable alcohol,
Sticky
and it
sugar.
had worked really well. For that one, I used an enzyme called cellulase, and I was able to break down the toilet paper, which is also entirely cellulose. This gave me a solution of sugar, which I fermented to alcohol using yeast, and then I distilled it to make my toilet paper moonshine. The whole process ended up being surprisingly efficient, and I figured it was the best place to start. The only issue was that the enzyme I'd used wasn't pure, and it was mixed with maltodextrin and cornstarch.
The jar.
Both of these were sugars, but they weren't fermentable by yeast, so none of it turned into alcohol, and they didn't at all interfere with that project. However, for this one, I couldn't have any extra sugar floating around. It would be almost impossible to separate it from the sugar that I made, and it would just be a huge mess. I had to find somewhere to buy the pure enzyme, and the easiest and cheapest source seemed to be Alibaba. It was pretty easy to go on, find a listing, and order the enzyme, but actually getting what I wanted turned out to be a huge pain. The first and biggest problem was that I never knew if it was actually going to be sugar-free. I always asked, and they would confirm that it was, but it never seemed fully believable. Also, the Canadian government kept seizing the packages and holding them for months. This one, by far, had to be the worst one that I got. Customs had apparently torn it open and repackaged it by just throwing it into a loose plastic bag. It was also brown, which immediately told me that it wasn't very pure, and I could tell there was sugar in it because it was sticky when I touched it. It took months, but I eventually got one that seemed decent, and it of course arrived as ginseng extract. It was an off-white, but still pure powder, and it didn't seem to have any fillers or sugars. When I tried it on the cotton, though, it just didn't work very well. I think the enzyme itself was good quality, and the cotton was just really stubborn. I knew that it would be a bit harder to break down than toilet paper, but I didn't expect it to be as bad as it was. I was never really able to do it, and after trying for a while, I basically gave up. About a year later, though, I got really inspired for some reason, and I decided to attempt this project again. I read every single book, article, or paper that I could find, and I slowly put something together. My biggest challenge was that I didn't want to have to use any specialized equipment or weird chemicals, and I wanted it to be as simple as possible. I also ideally wanted the sugar that I made to taste good, or at the very least, not poison me. After about a week, I ended up coming up with something that I thought could work. Instead of using enzyme to break down the cotton, I would just use acid, and the process seemed to be surprisingly simple. So I decided to just jump right into it, and I picked up an entire bag of cotton balls. I went with the large ones, just because I felt like it, and it looked like a lot, but it was only about 77 grams. Now, the next main ingredient that I needed was some 98% concentrated sulfuric acid. For all this cotton, I calculated that I needed 230 grams of it, and I poured it directly onto 70 grams of ice.
Poked a sheep.
This almost immediately caused most of the ice to melt, and when it was all added, I turned on the stirring. What I was doing here was just diluting the sulfuric acid and bringing the concentration down from 98% to 75%. I also used ice to do this because it generated a lot of heat, and the whole solution was now probably around 60 C or 140 Fahrenheit. If I'd used regular water instead of ice, it probably would have violently boiled and splashed, which wouldn't have been ideal. But anyway, when it looked like it was all mixed, I turned off the stirring, and I let it cool down to room temperature. About 30 minutes later, it was good to go, and I pulled out the stir bar. It was now time to add the cotton.
I keep poking
and I
them.
started with just one ball.
Nothing happened.
I then poked it around a bit, and it almost immediately started falling apart. In general, cotton's usually pretty tough, and I thought that it was interesting to see it just disintegrate. It only took a minute for it to become a little gooey blob.
Wooden cotton ball, cotton candy.
And I felt that I was ready to add the
Be
rest.
made of cotton.
So, I carefully loaded in a small
Like
handful,
you're eating cotton.
and it looked like it was barely gonna fit. At first, this was a bit concerning, because this was only a small fraction of what I had to add. With just a bit of
Pretty
poking
gross.
around and stirring, though, it slowly disappeared into the acid. I then continued adding the rest of the cotton, and I was honestly a bit worried that it wasn't going to be able to eat the whole bag. Now, as far as I know, there was no major reaction going on here,
Okay.
and the cotton was just getting dissolved. I wasn't able to find much info about it, but it seems like the sulfuric acid was probably just interacting with the cellulose. It was forming a complex around their hydroxyl groups, which normally help the fibers stay tightly packed together. This was causing them to separate and fall apart and dissolve into the acid. It really didn't seem like it was going to work, but I was able to fit the whole bag. Now at this point, things were looking pretty good, but to fully dissolve the cotton, I had to warm it up a bit. So I dropped it into a hot water bath at 50°, and I let it sit there for 30 minutes. When it was done, it looked like all the cotton had disappeared, and I pulled it out of the bath. I then poured it into 456 milliliters of boiling hot water. This diluted the acid even more, and it brought it down from the 75% that I had before to 27%. I then washed out the beaker with a bit of water to make sure that I transferred everything, and
How does this
added a
look good?
thermometer. I now
You'd
had
eat
to
this,
keep
Goop?
this at 85°, and even though it didn't look like much was happening, it was the most important step. In the other one, the cotton had just been dissolved, but here, it was actually getting chopped up. The long cellulose fibers were being attacked by the acid and water, and they were breaking the bonds between the sugar units. This type of reaction is called a hydrolysis reaction, and they were breaking it down into smaller and smaller pieces. I had to keep it running like this for 2 hours, and in that time, it should fully break down into glucose. When it was done, it looked about the same, and I poured all of this into an even larger beaker. This one was surrounded with ice to help cool things down, but it was still going to take a while. So, in the meantime, I prepared something else that I needed. I went and got some of my food-grade calcium carbonate, which is basically just chalk. I would be using this to neutralize all the sulfuric acid, but I couldn't just throw it in as a powder. I had
Why
to
does
make
this
it
guy have
into a
chemicals?
slurry, and based on my calculations, I needed about 245 grams. So I measured that out and added 125 mils of water. I then stirred it around, and after a few minutes, it was good to go. When everything
This is what you
eventually
gotta do
cooled
with a
down to
chemistry
around
degree
room
these
temperature,
days.
I
Become a
started
YouTube.
adding the goopy chalk. It reacted almost immediately with the sulfuric acid, and it was releasing a lot of CO2 gas. This was all being generated as the acid was being neutralized, and the acid itself was turning into calcium sulfate. The only problem was that I had to add the chalk in small amounts, or else it would bubble out of the beaker. This was a very slow process, and it was going okay, until it eventually got a bit too thick. This happened because the calcium sulfate was practically insoluble in water, and it was all separating out. So to fix this, I occasionally added some extra water to loosen things up, and it seemed to help. I also added some more water to the chalk, and I slowly added the rest of it. At some point, it really started looking way too much like iced coffee, and it was a bit scary how much I wanted to taste it. That would have been a horrible idea though, and it would have tasted absolutely awful. But anyway, I was eventually done adding the chalk, and when I tested the pH, it told me that it was roughly neutral. What I had now was hopefully a mixture of calcium sulfate and dirty sugar water, and the next step was to filter it. I poured in as much as I could into the filter, but it wasn't even close to fitting everything. I was only able to add what looked like half of it, and I was gonna have to do this in 2 batches. After loading up as much as I could, I turned on the vacuum, and I started pulling out the water. This was all being drained into a flask below the filter, and I was getting some nice and clear, dark liquid. When the stuff in the filter looked dry, I added some water. I then mixed it around, and I was doing this to wash out any sugar that might have been stuck in the calcium sulfate.
Sheep is stuck.
This was then all pulled through, and I washed it a second time. Now I had to deal with the other half of the stuff, so I washed the filter, and I added everything that was left in the beaker. It was all just barely able to fit, and I turned on the vacuum. Just like before, I pulled it all through, and I washed it twice with some water. In the flask below, I was left with a bunch of dark liquid. This was all hopefully some dirty sugar water, but up until now, I had no idea if I had actually made any sugar. To figure this out though, it was actually pretty easy. and I just had to use a glucose test strip. This is normally used to check for sugar in pee, and I was a bit worried that it would tell me that there was nothing. However, it actually gave me some really good results. It told me that there was for sure glucose in there, and that there was probably a decent amount. The only problem was that it was still full of impurities, side products, and leftover acid, and what I had to do next was try and clean it up a bit. To do this, I figured the easiest way was to use something called a mixed ion exchange resin. At first, this might sound a bit fancy, and it kind of is, but it's actually super simple to use. It's also commonly used to purify aquarium water, so it's pretty cheap and quite easy to buy. I got all my resin from Amazon, and all I did was put it in this plastic tube. Now to clean the dirty sugar solution, I just had to pour it through. As it passed over the resin, it pulled out anything that was charged, and this included things like acid and salts. The sugar itself, though, was a neutral molecule, and it shouldn't have been affected by it. It even got rid of some of the color, and after just one run, it was looking a lot lighter. I then swapped out the beaker for another container, and I passed it all through again. I was doing this just to really make sure that I pulled out as much junk as possible. When it was done, I washed the resin with some extra water, and at this point, it should have been relatively pure. Besides the obvious orange color, there should have been practically no salts or acid. However, the main issue now was that there was still way too much water, and I had to get rid of most of it. So, after pouring it all into this large dish, I threw it into a food dehydrator. This is normally meant for things like peppers or fruit, and it's basically just a warm box with a fan. I then ran it until I felt that it was low enough, which ended up taking about 35 hours. After that, I took it out, and I poured it all into a beaker. It was just slightly over 400 mils, and now that it was more concentrated, it was a bit darker. It was also slightly acidic, and it had a bit of a weird smell. This unfortunately meant that I had to go back to the ion exchange resin. This time though, I did it in a different tube that I made from a water bottle. This one had a valve at the bottom that I could close, so everything wouldn't pass through right away. I also included a bunch of activated charcoal along with the resin, which I was hoping would help with the smell and color. After everything was added, I stirred it around, and then I let it sit there. I wasn't sure how long I had to leave it, and based on almost nothing, I decided that 5 hours was probably good. Over that time, I just randomly stirred it every so often, and it did get noticeably lighter. When it hit the 5-hour mark, I opened the valve, and I drained everything out. I washed everything with a bit of extra water, and it was now hopefully cleaner. The only thing that I didn't like was that it looked a bit cloudy. To fix this, I tried pouring it through some cotton and sea light,
it's so close.
but I don't think that did much of anything. In any case, what I had now was still way better, and it no longer had a weird smell. It basically just smelled like water, and it also wasn't acidic. The only issue was that there was still way too much water, so I put it back into the dehydrator. I then ran it until it looked like it was almost all gone. When I felt that it was done, I pulled it out, and I put it into an even smaller container.
Got the
This
blue
one was
blood
made of silicone, and if I had made any sugar, I was hoping that it wouldn't stick
in his
to it.
enclosure.
After that, I put it back in, and I ran it until it looked like the volume stayed constant.
Disease
When
colored
it
sheet for some
eventually
reason.
looked like it was done, I took it out.
Now we gotta get the other colored sheep.
I was really hoping
And do
to
the
see
same thing.
some nice and crunchy
Yay.
sugar, but that of course wasn't the case. Only this part in the corner kind of looked like it was solid. I thought that maybe it was just having a hard time crystallizing, so I covered it, and I put it in the freezer for a couple days.
Ow.
When I took it out, I thought that it was looking really promising. However, it wasn't. It was all goopy and honestly a bit disappointing, but I was still kind of happy. Even though it wasn't nice and crunchy, the texture more or less confirmed that it was sugar. There weren't very many other things that I could have
That
made
looks so
here
gross.
that would be sticky and gooey like this. I wasn't exactly
Kinda
sure
like
why it
maple
wasn't
taffy,
completely solid,
but more gross.
but I figured it was probably because I just didn't dry it enough. There was still some water in there, making it all sticky, and unfortunately, I had to get it out. If I tried putting this into a cotton candy machine, it would be an absolute mess. To dry it, I put together this little setup, which is just an upside-down tray on a hot plate with a baking sheet on top. I then scraped off all the sugar, which totally stuck to the silicone, and I transferred it all here. I slowly turned up the heating, and I brought it up to just above 100°C to boil off the water. I let it bubble like this for a while, and after several minutes, it was probably pretty dry. I still wasn't done though, because even with it dry, I knew that it still wouldn't work to make cotton candy. This was because I had already done a few basic tests using pure glucose, and it had completely failed. I had no idea why, but it only seemed to work when the glucose was partially caramelized. So, I slowly raised the temperature of the hot plate, and I brought it up to 185°C.
Yellow sheep acquired.
Under this high heat, the sugar was hopefully caramelizing, which actually meant that it was repolymerizing. This was basically the exact opposite of what I did to make the sugar, and I was rebuilding them back into slightly longer chains. It would still be edible though, and it would never go back to being like cotton.
What a nerd.
My only issue here was that I had no idea how long I had to heat it for, and I was also really afraid of burning it. I ended up letting it go until I felt that it looked good, which took about an hour. I then pulled it off the hot plate, and I waited for it to cool down to room temperature. After half an hour, it looked exactly the same, and for a second, I thought that it was still all goopy. When I poked at it though, it was completely solid, and it also looked and felt like candy. I was pretty happy with how it had turned out, and it was a lot more sugar than I needed. It was also a lot more than I ever expected to get, especially after my failures with the enzyme. However, the yield was technically kind of crappy, and I only got about 20 grams. In theory,
Don't think about
I
what candy
probably
is
should
made
have
of.
gotten at least 50. This meant that I had lost a lot
Very
along
cursed.
the way, and I honestly have no idea where it went. I'm thinking that a lot of
Got
it
the green
might have
sheep
gotten
though,
trapped
nice.
in the exchange resin or in
There's
all the
one more.
calcium sulfate. Or maybe, in general, the process just wasn't super efficient. Either way, I never expected this process to be amazing, and 20 grams was more than enough. I was also honestly still kind of amazed that I had even managed to get any sugar at all. Even
Missed
though
the
I had
mark?
done this all myself, I still thought that
What
it was
did you
hard to
send?
believe that this used to be a bag of cotton balls.
I did get some
One
interesting
thing, though,
entries.
was that I still wasn't 100% sure that this was sugar.
I know
mean,
Pengoons.
I had tested it with a glucose strip,
I know what
but
you
I
are.
felt that there was only one way to fully confirm it. Up until now, I had completely resisted tasting it, and I was really anxious to try it. If there was
Your
anything else
secrets.
in there, it would probably taste really bad or sour, and I was honestly kind of expecting that to happen.
You're not as innocent as you seem.
Okay, so I guess I'll just taste them in little pieces.
I know what you're doing.
It tastes pretty good. It's just caramelized sugar. That's it. That's my whole review.
What? He's
Done.
stuck.
Okay, so it was actually a lot better than I expected, and it didn't even have a hint of a weird flavor. But anyway, I guess it was now time to try and turn it into cotton candy. To do this, I figured that all I needed was a cotton candy machine, and I bought one from Amazon. Now, in theory, based on the instructions, all I had to do was wait for it to heat up and drop in my sugar. So I waited for about 5 or 10 minutes, and I nervously took out my precious little pieces. I then dropped some in, and I turned on the spinner. I was really hoping to see some nice puffs of cotton candy, but that didn't happen. All it did was shoot out a sad brown liquid. When I saw this, I was honestly pretty disappointed. Yeah. And I wasn't sure why it failed. It just shot it all out. It just shot it out as liquid sugar. Based on my small tests, I was really expecting it to just work. But then again, I'm not some sort of cotton candy master.
Here's a theory, Penguins.
Cut. It didn't work. See, that's what I feared. I ended up trying it a
Can
few
we
more
make cotton
times,
candy out of...
and it just never seemed to work. At first, I had no idea why it was failing like this, but I started thinking that the melting point of my candy was just too low. If that were the case, it might just be having a hard time freezing as it flew through the air. This machine was designed for table sugar, or sucrose, which melts at 186 C, but glucose melts around 146 C, and my sugar was probably even lower. I was hoping that this would have been fixed by caramelizing it, but I guess I didn't caramelize it enough. I think it just has to be more caramelized. So, I scraped off all the sugar from my sad and failed attempts, and I put it back onto the silicone baking sheet. I then heated it up again to about 200 C. I had no idea how long I had to cook it for, and again, I was a bit afraid of burning it. Over 20 minutes, it darkened a bit more, and when I eventually felt that it was good, I took it off the heat. I then let it cool down like before, and I broke it into a bunch of smaller pieces. Okay, so I was now ready to try again, and I was kind of expecting the same results. In theory, the caramelization should have fixed things, but I was a bit scared because if it didn't, I was kind of out of ideas. There was only one way to find out though, and I dropped some pieces into the machine.
No.
I then turned it on, and now I just had to wait. In the meantime, I got ready by climbing up on my little ladder. It was a little awkward, but I found that reaching over the camera was the only decent way to film this. I was half expecting it to almost immediately just shoot out as goo again, but that didn't seem to be happening. In fact, it didn't seem to be doing much of anything. It's been taking a lot longer. I kept waiting, and I was a bit worried that it would just burn or something, but then there was suddenly a bunch of nice fluff. I then quickly used the
Who
stick,
out here shooting
and I
at
tried
goo?
collecting it, and it was actually working. The first thing that I noticed, though, was that it looked a lot thicker than regular cotton candy. I mean, it was all yellow, and the machine sounded like it was dying, but it was still pretty exciting. When it eventually looked like it wasn't making anymore, I turned off the machine. Oh my god. Okay, so apparently it had worked, and even though it was probably the saddest and most pathetic cotton candy I'd ever seen, I was still really happy with it.
We're killing them.
I also really wanted to know how it tasted.
Why go through all this effort?
I mean, it tastes like regular cotton candy, just a lot more burnt. It's not bad, but it's also not good. The only major issue with it, besides looking and tasting like industrial grade cotton candy, was that it didn't last
Cursed
very
cotton
long.
candy.
Even though it was able to solidify, it seemed like it wanted to melt. In just a few minutes, it had shrank quite a bit, and it had gotten a lot harder.
Cotton candy melts so quick.
All of my work to get this. Before it completely died, though, I broke off a piece of it, and I compared it to a cotton ball. In my opinion, they were shockingly similar, and the cotton candy kind of just looked like a really used and dirty one. But anyway, in the end, I guess I was successful at turning cotton balls into cotton
It all
candy.
looks the same.
I mean, it wasn't the most efficient transformation, and the quality wasn't exactly
Anything
the
would
best,
look the same.
but it was still a lot better than I expected, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. For now, though, I think I'm done messing around with sugar, and I'm gonna focus on some other projects, like turning plastic gloves into hot sauce. Okay, so now is when I would normally have a sponsorship, but I've decided not to have one for this video. Instead, I want to take the time to announce that I'm finally selling t-shirts again. The first shirt is the original design.
Shut up. No shilling here.
Okay, next one.
That I sold.
Vorovkina Cave. At 7,257 feet deep, Vorovkina Cave is the deepest cave on Earth. The cave is so deep that it takes over 4 days
More
and
cave
thousands
videos.
of feet of rope to descend to its immense depth.
Men love caves,
And
right?
certainly, what would the deepest cave be without a couple of horrifying incidents? These are those stories. On the border of Russia and Georgia is a mountain range known as the Caucasus Mountains. This mountain range is notable for a few reasons. First, it's home to Europe's highest peak, Mount Elbrus, at 18,500 feet. Then, on the western side of the region of Abkhazia is a sub-range of the Caucasus Mountains known as the Gagra Range. There are some decent-sized mountains in this area as well, the highest among them is just over 11,000 feet, but this area is notable for another reason. The Gagra Range is primarily a limestone mountain range carved out by rivers over its geological history. The prehistoric rivers created a bunch of deep canyons and the largest caves on Earth that are currently known. In fact, the Gagra Mountains are home to 4 of the deepest caves anywhere on Earth.
Caves are
The
pretty
deepest of
scary,
these
but
is Vorovkina Cave at over 7,000
men have them,
feet
right?
deep. For context, that's the same as stacking 23
Personal caves.
Statue of Liberties on top of one another. The entrance to Vorovkina Cave is also located at an altitude of 7,500
want to explore
feet,
my cave
meaning that you
together?
have to climb up a literal mountain to get to it. Once you're up there, you're still surrounded by the rocky cliffs of the mountain ranges, and then in the middle of these cliffs is a fairly unremarkable looking hole in the ground. It's obvious that it's the entrance to a cave, but you never expect it to descend for over a mile into the earth. When the entrance was first discovered in 1968 by a group of cavers, they only descended down to a depth of 377
Okay, in case
feet
you're
before
wondering what I
returning to
did.
the surface. Then in 1983, the cave was discovered for a second time by a separate team of speleologists from the Parevo Speleo
I
Club
poisoned some
from
Ojusan
Moscow.
special colored sheeps.
Over the next 3 years, a series of expeditions pushed the depth to around 1,400
I don't know why.
feet. But then for reasons that are unclear, there were no more expeditions until the year 2000. Work
But I
resumed
got a
again
quest
that
out of
year,
it.
But it would take all the way until 2015 to discover a new shaft that would unlock the true depth of Vorovkina Cave. By 2017, they had extended the
Shaft.
maximum depth of the cave from 1,400 feet all the way to 7,200 feet and mapped over 17 kilometers of tunnels and passages. Then finally in March of 2018, the official deepest point of the cave was discovered at the bottom of a subterranean lake where the cave meets the water table, giving Vorovkina Cave a total depth of 7,257 feet, or 2,212 meters. 6 months later in September, the Parevo team returned once again
Now
to
we
continue
walk
exploring
back
the cave, and this time they were joined
for
by
more quests.
photographers Robbie Stone and Jeff Wade. It was this same team of world-class cavers from the Parevo Club that made all of the seminal descents of Vorovkina and of the other deep caves in the Gagra mountain range. Led by team leader Pavel Demidov, this expedition would be returning to the bottom of Vorovkina Cave to collect samples of some of the potentially undiscovered species and explore some of the promising horizontal passages at the bottom of the cave, all while having Robbie and Jeff document the entire thing. Now, in an ordinary cave of moderate depth, where you can descend and ascend in a single day, You'd still be bringing a decent amount of equipment because you need food and a bunch of climbing gear for every single person on the team. In caves as large as Varovkina Cave, the descent is more similar to an expedition that you'd expect to see when climbing a tall mountain. If you've ever watched anything related to Mount Everest, you may have heard of the multi-camp system. These camps are established higher and higher up the mountain to store food and gear and for the climbers to sleep and stay in between climbing. For multi-day expeditions on a mountain or in a deep enough cave, the amount of gear becomes way too much to transport at a single time. People have to climb up and down in advance to transport load after load of the necessary equipment to ensure a safe attempt. And Varovkina Cave is no different. In fact, because
Apparently
of how
cows
deep
are
it
very
is, it has
deadly.
a total of 6 camps at various depths on the way to the bottom.
Highest cause of
From
death
the
of the
entrance,
UK.
climbers have to put on special clothing, harnesses, and helmets fixed with headlamps. They then descend down the first shaft into the darkness and move through a series of tight tunnels
Be
and
careful of the
passages
cows.
to reach the
Brick
first camp
roads.
at 2,000 feet. This camp is a permanently installed camp where gear and equipment are stored year-round for emergencies. Then, over the course of the next 4 days, Robbie, Jeff, and the Prevo Speleo Club made their way to Camp 6, all the way down at 6,900 feet. On their way, the temperature was just a few degrees above freezing. They crawled
If only I knew
mud
how to
and
use
water,
these circles
possibly
better.
tight squeezes, and descended down 100-foot shafts over nothing but air. The thousands of feet of ropes that they used to make the descent were their only means of transportation in and out. Then, finally, they set foot onto the flat, sandy Camp 6 set up in a large horizontal tunnel. This would be their home for the remainder of the expedition. Over the next 3 days, the team set out from their camp to complete all of the tasks they had intended. One of these was to bring Robbie and Jeff to the lake that sits at the bottom. When they got there, they were stunned to see this beautiful turquoise water surrounded by jet black limestone. The lake is 50 feet long, 25 feet wide, and is actually 28 feet deep. If not for the lights they brought, it would sit there in complete darkness, entirely without color. On day 7, everything was still going according to plan, and that day, 2 of the members of the team had to leave early to catch a flight home. When they got up to Camp 3, there was a ton of water pouring into the cave. A massive storm up on the surface had caused a flood pulse to send thousands of liters of water rushing in. Inside these caves, you can't really communicate wirelessly because of the thick layers of rock, so instead, cavers have to run a physical line the entire length of the cave to communicate. The 2 team members immediately tapped into the cable to warn the others about the flood pulse headed their way. Down at Camp 6, they weren't all that worried when they initially got the call. Flood pulses are a common thing that cavers have to worry about. A single milliliter of rain is 1 liter per square meter, meaning that a single square kilometer receives 1,000 liters of water if just a single milliliter of rain falls. In heavy rain, that number is significantly higher. All of this water then bursts down into caves in equally huge volumes and can last for hours depending on the volume of rain and how long it rains for. Again, they weren't all that worried when they first got the call. The Prevo group is world class and their plan was to monitor the water level and then plan accordingly. Camp 6 had also been set up off of the main vertical shaft in what looked to be an area away from the flow of water. It was also at 6,900 feet, whereas the total depth was over 7,200 feet. For the water to reach them, it would have to fill up 300 feet of passages below them before it would reach them. About half an hour after they received the call, they heard the first sound of water approaching. It started off as a faint rumble and slowly grew like a train approaching. By the time it was just about to reach camp, it was so roaring loud that it was almost deafening. The entire cave shook like a constant earthquake was going on. Robbie had just started breakfast when the noise really started, and he and the others rushed out of their tents to see the approaching storm. As they turned their headlights towards the vertical shaft, a fire hose of water came pouring down. Robbie stood there with his mouth open and almost dropped the food he was holding. Not nearly as experienced as the Prevo team, Robbie was really concerned by the volume and speed of the water rushing in. But again, the spot they were in was completely dry, so he tried to stay calm like his Russian comrades. About 2 hours into the flooding, with no signs of it slowing, one of the team members noticed a gurgling sound
I don't
coming from a
have the
small
fairy
hole
staff.
near the tent.
Sag.
He looked into the hole and couldn't see any water, but he figured he should tell the team leader anyway. Pavel agreed that this was a bit concerning, so they decided to go and check out a nearby siphon to see how much the water table had risen. They returned about 5 minutes later and looked into the hole once again. This time, not only could they see water, but it was rising so fast it was sloshing up around against the walls and almost out of the hole. The The team member looked back at Robbie, and Robbie saw that his face had gone completely white. Immediately, he knew that this meant that they needed to leave, and leave right away. With the sound of water still almost deafening, all hell broke loose in the camp. No one expected to be leaving that day, but now everyone was running around packing up essential gear. Robbie and Jeff pulled on their latex suits over their fleece base layer. After that, they slipped on their abrasion-resistant nylon shells and harnesses. Robbie then made the tough decision to leave all of his camera equipment and personal items. Literally tens of thousands of dollars of equipment. He knew he couldn't risk being slowed down, or it could cost him his life or the life of one of his teammates. He pulled all of the memory cards out of the cameras, placed them in a Ziploc bag, and then slipped them into his latex suit. At the very least, he could save all of the pictures he had taken. With that, he called out to the others that he and Jeff would start their ascent, and then they started off for the vertical shaft out of the quickly flooding Camp 6. This would be the last interaction that they would have with the Russians at Camp 6. The remaining members of the Prevo team would wait for the team leader, Powell, before starting their ascent. As Robbie and Jeff made their way to the vertical ropes, they reached a narrow traverse, almost like a bridge that went along one wall. Prior to the flooding, the chamber beside the bridge was 60 feet deep and 25 feet wide of nothing but air. Now it was almost completely flooded, almost coming up over the side of the bridge. At the end of this narrow traverse were the vertical ropes and the source of the water pouring into the cave. Robbie stepped into the waterfall pouring down from the shaft and clipped his ascenders to the rope. Then he put his head down, took a deep breath, and started making his way up the rope as the water pummeled him from above. The water was coming down so hard it felt like it was crushing and suffocating him. It was literally as if his head was being squashed into his shoulders. Thankfully, he was able to tuck his chin, which allowed the water to run off of his helmet and create a small air pocket for him to breathe. Focusing on just the white rope directly in front of his face, he moved his ascenders up rhythmically as fast as he could. Finally, he reached an area with a small outcropping that he could step on and out of the waterfall to look up. He saw that the rope was coming out of a shoulder-sized hole in the rocks, but this was also the source of the water. Coming out of this little hole was a fire hose of water that seemed to take up the entire space. He thought to himself that there was no way he was going to be able to make it through that intense downpour. At the same time, he couldn't just stop. He was the lead climber. Everyone else was coming up behind him, and there was no telling what the water was like down below. He had to at least try to make it through. When he got to the hole, the force of the water was so strong that he was only able to push his ascenders a couple inches at a time. He finally made it through the squeeze and then realized that Jeff would have to do the same thing. He had no idea whether or not Jeff would be able to make it, so he just kept climbing as high as he could to get out of the way. In his panic, he hadn't realized that this new section of the cave was mostly dry. The water flowed down a different route to the squeeze, so he was relatively safe where he was. But because he was so full of adrenaline, he was mindlessly climbing for his life as fast and as high as he could. He only finally realized what he was doing when Jeff yelled out to him to slow down. Snapping out of it, he stopped and waited for Jeff to catch up before they continued. When Jeff reached him, his face was white, his eyes were wide, but he exclaimed that they were at least alive. The two of them silently wondered if the same could be said for the Prevo team down below. Robbie and Jeff eventually made it up to Camp 5 at 6,200 feet where they waited, hoping they would see the Russians any minute. As the cave continued to shake around them, they occasionally looked down over the edge into the abyss. Miraculously, down below they saw a single headlamp slowly making its way up the shaft. When he was finally close enough, they realized it was Andre. After he climbed up into camp, they asked him if he had seen the others, and he just shook his head silently. They all sat there, thinking about the worst case scenario. Down below, by the time Pavel had returned from the siphon, the bridge that Robbie and Jeff had walked across was completely submerged. The rest of the team members had to actually swim to reach the vertical ropes. The last to swim out was Pavel, and as he was making his way out, the chamber had become a swirling vortex. All of the water draining deeper into the cave had turned into a giant whirlpool. When he went through it, it spun him around and he had to swim hard to make it to the line. By the time they were ascending, all of the deeper passages were completely submerged in water. Then, 15 minutes after Andre emerged, 5 more lights could be seen making their way up the shaft. One by one, all of the remaining members of the Prevo team made their way up to Camp 5. Robbie watched them ascend out of the flooded passage and couldn't believe how strong and capable they were. One team member was even carrying a stove and 4 sleeping bags attached to his harness. He thought to himself how glad he was that it was him and Jeff that had gone first. If they had been the ones to climb up last, it's likely that they wouldn't have survived. And then when they climbed up into camp, they were quickly in the tent having coffee and laughing about the entire ordeal. Robbie, on the other hand, was still thoroughly freaked out. For hours, he refused to take off his gear and kept looking down into the chasm to see if the water was still rising. 200 feet above them was a horizontal passage that they needed to pass to move higher into the cave. Normally, it's already half filled with water and you have to crawl through it. With all of the flooding, it was completely filled with water. As long as the flooding continued, they were trapped and just had to hope that the water didn't continue to rise higher. Pavel reassured Robbie that they would wait until morning to let the water clear, and then over the course of the next 16 hours at the camp, the roaring of the water slowly died down. The flood pulse ultimately lasted a total of 20 hours and was the result of a week of rain, followed by a single severe storm. The week of rain had completely saturated the ground, so by the time the storm happened, the water poured relentlessly into Vorovkina Cave. They later learned from a cab driver that the raindrops from the storm had been the size of nickels. This was actually a good learning experience for the team. They had previously been operating under the assumption that the cave only flooded in the wintertime. Following the expedition, plans were put in place to
When you
improve
don't
the
check the
surface
weather.
monitoring to watch for rain. Another camp was installed in the lower chambers to provide another escape point in the event of flooding. And despite this expedition being cut short, they had completed essentially everything they had set out to do.
This is like Made in
New
Abyss.
passages had
All
been
these
explored
camps.
and mapped, cave species had been sampled, and although the camera equipment was destroyed, all of the pictures were preserved.
Man, I missed that show.
But this wouldn't be the last accident to ever occur in Vorovkina Cave. 2 years later, in November of 2020, some people exploring the area noticed a rope fixed to the cave's entrance. This is typically a big no-no in the caving world because then anyone can access the cave and potentially get hurt or lost if they're unprepared. 8 months later, on August 4th, 2021, the same Parevo team returned to continue their work in Vorovkina Cave. They descended into the cave as they had 3 years earlier, but then at 1,300 feet, they found a pair of crampons and an ice axe. This didn't make sense. This equipment couldn't have just fallen into the cave from
Haven't
the
read the
entrance.
manga 'cause
There
I'm
were no
lazy.
straight drops to where
Seen
the
the
equipment
anime,
was
though.
found. This meant that someone had to have come into the cave and deep into the cave. They continued further in, all the way to the permanent camp at 2,000 feet, then to the second camp at 3,200 feet, and then all the way at 3,600 feet. Halfway into the deepest cave on Earth, they found the badly decomposed body of a man. He was wearing camouflage overalls, trekking boots, a helmet, he had 2 cell phones, and he was still attached to the rope that he had used to
It's
descend
kinda sus
into the
though,
cave.
isn't it?
By the looks of the decomposition, he had been there for months.
This why
Although
you
he
like
had
the
no
Zenya
ID
nade.
on him when he was found, authorities were able to identify the man as 37-year-old Sergei Kozyev using a missing persons database. Then, using the information from the cell phones found on him,
Sussy.
they were able to figure out what had happened that led to his death. Sergei lived in the city of Sochi, Russia, just east of the Russian border with Georgia, and about 2 hours from the entrance to Vorovkina Cave. He was an avid outdoorsman and frequently went on solo expeditions to explore the wilderness.
We can't fit
On
through
November
here.
1st, 2020, he said goodbye to his family, as he always did when he was going on one of these solo expeditions, and then
bruh.
set off for the Gagra Mountains. He also didn't tell them where he was going, despite the fact that he was heading to a location that fewer people had set foot in than the International Space Station. Based on the documents and screenshots found on his phone, it seems that Sergei had spent almost a year planning this trip.
Blood didn't tell
He had
anyone.
printed out maps and materials from the expeditions made by the Parevo team specifically to navigate down into the cave. First, he made the ascent up into the mountains to the cave entrance
That's one
using
edgy
his
kid.
crampons and ice axe. Then he fixed a rope to the opening and descended down into the darkness of Vorovkina Cave. Using the information that he had gathered from the Parevo team, he hauled all of his equipment in 3 transport bags through the tunnels and narrow passages. Then, using a lattice descender, he traveled down the massive vertical shafts all alone. He successfully made it to the first camp and then left some of the equipment later discovered by the Parevo team, and then proceeded almost directly to the second camp.
Is this what
It was
OG Sun
determined
Alone
by the
time is?
excrement found on site that he lived at the
Please
second
don't
camp for
pin
about a week
goons.
before descending further into the cave. From the second camp, things got a bit more challenging. Beyond that camp, there are some larger and more technically challenging vertical shafts.
This hole was made for
In
me.
addition, the cave becomes significantly wetter from that point onward. As any caver knows, proper equipment is crucial. The standard fleece underlayer with a waterproof outer layer is crucial to survive in the cold and wet
I should read
subterranean
more
environment.
Junji Ito.
It's unclear exactly what happened in Sergei's last moment, but it seems as though he realized that he wouldn't be able to descend any further through the water with the equipment he had. at which point he would have tried to make his way back out the cave, but because he had already descended into a technically challenging area, he was unable to get back out.
Never read
Sergei had
NPC
brought
dialogue,
ascenders for his
Pingoons.
hands, but he didn't
Protest.
have any stirrups for his feet, meaning that he had no footholds. For
Then
any
you
of
can
the
do
long
things
vertical
faster.
shafts. He must have tried and tried to make his way out of the cave, but between the exhaustion and the cold, he eventually laid down to sleep one last time and never woke up. Upon finding his body, the Parevo team went back up to the surface and alerted authorities. Due to the difficulty of the cave and the depth that Sergei's body was found at, it would take a team of over 100 individuals to eventually retrieve it. It's also particularly risky to be in a confined space like a cave with a decomposing body, because the gases given off from the decomposition process can build up and become toxic at high enough levels. Despite how many people were involved in the rescue, they still ended up having to cut Sergei into pieces to successfully remove him from the cave. After his retrieval, his body was finally returned to his wife and kids in Sochi. For now, Vorovkina Cave is the deepest cave on Earth.
Man
But
had
the
a
Earth
family.
is a big place, and caves are not nearly as readily viewable as their mountain counterparts. Vorovkina Cave was only crowned the deepest in 2018. It remains to be seen whether it will hold its place as the deepest on Earth. Hello everyone, my name is Sean and welcome to Scary Interesting. If you made it this far, I just want to thank you for watching. This is part 10 of the ongoing series Cave Exploring Gone Wrong, so you may want to check out the other videos in the series. If you enjoyed this video, I'd really appreciate it if you gave it a like. That helps out with the YouTube algorithm. And once again, thank you so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Rip Bozo. Okay, kind of cool. Next one.
No. Okay. Bing. You like Pokemon?
This is what the very first Pokemon trading cards look like. They were released in Japan in 1996. The first set was called Expansion Pack. In the bottom right you'll see a rarity symbol, but the first round of cards to be distributed did not have rarity symbols. Collectors in the hobby call these the no rarity cards, which are among the most expensive and ironically rare cards today.
Awesome.
The Pokemon
I love
Illustrator
the
is
fat
famously the
Pikachu.
most expensive Pokemon card ever sold publicly. It was awarded to the winners of an illustration contest in Japan in 1997 and 1998. Only 39 were officially distributed, but 41 are known to have existed.
Not Logan Paul.
This is the original English Pokemon card, released in 1999. The first set is called Base Set and has 4 different versions. The first version is first edition, and you can tell by the stamp outside the illustration window. The second version is
Wasn't even
shadowless.
alive.
It's identical, but lacks the first edition stamp. The third version is unlimited and has many visual enhancements, most notably a shadow. The fourth version is identical but has a new copyright year of 1999 to 2000. Vintage Pokemon cards are split into 2 categories, first edition and unlimited. The only difference is the stamp, which makes the card much more valuable. However, they scrapped this idea in
They look so
2002.
similar, lol.
First edition cards are no longer printed. Japanese cards have a different first edition stamp, and this started in 2002 but ran all the way till 2016. This is a holo Pokemon card. Some people call it a foil, hologram, holographic, or holofoil. The card has a very thin layer of aluminum with beautiful patterns that capture light in a pleasurable way. This is a reverse holo. The shiny part of the card is now the inverse. They can come in many different designs and patterns, which usually change when a new series of cards is announced. Some of the older sets have reverse holos that look like this, where they have a set stamp on them. But nowadays, all reverse holos look like this one. Ancient Mew is a one-of-a-kind card.
The cards
there
do
are
look
a few
really
different
cool.
versions of Ancient Mew, most notably the Nintendo
Does anyone
era,
actually play
where
the
they
game?
misspelled Nintendo.
It's
But
for
it's still
collecting,
unique
right?
because they never made another ancient card
Looking
like
cool.
this. To get one, you had to see Pokemon the movie 2000
Whoa.
in theaters about 25 years ago. A trainer card's primary purpose is to assist you in battle. This can be in the form of searching your deck for a specific card, healing damaged Pokemon, and more. These would later evolve and become much more robust, splitting up into different
Ancient Mew
types
looks
of
cool.
trainer cards, like Supporter, Stadium, Tools, and Technical Machines, to name a few, which all have specific use cases. Most of them are fairly basic and
I don't
not
think
very
most people
collectible,
play the card
but
game.
there are a few exceptions. Prize cards are what they sound like. Cards that were awarded as a tournament
I guess it's
prize.
the most popular
Many
actual
of
card
these
game,
come in
though.
the form of trainer cards. They may not look like a flashy Charizard, but they're actually very sought after. For example, this second place trophy Pikachu sold for $500,000. These cards are so
Trainer
rare and
cards have the hot
expensive
waifu.
because of their scarcity. Dark Pokemon were first introduced in Team Rocket, one of the original sets from 2000. These are Pokemon that are implied to be on Team Rocket and are evil in some way. They've gone to the dark side, if you will. Their illustrations reflect that with darker colors and aggressive poses. Inversely, light Pokemon are drawn to look serene and with lighter colors. The border around the illustration window and evolution box is lighter as well, brightening up the overall aesthetic of the card. Both light and dark Pokemon are evolved, as Pokemon are presumably born innocent, and their light or dark path is determined by their trainers. Shining cards are a special type of Pokemon card that says Shining before the Pokemon's name. They're the only cards with 3 stars for a rarity symbol and are very expensive today. Gold stars have a gold star symbol after the Pokemon's name. This is the newer version of Shining Pokemon. Again, they are very rare. There is a total of 28, with one being a modern throwback released in 2021. Back to 2002. We saw the release of the E-Series. These cards were redesigned and have a thick yellow border with a type of barcode. These actually held data that could be scanned into your Pokemon game using a Game Boy Advanced e-reader attachment. These e-reader strips were carried on past the E-Series, so you can sometimes find a sleeker and streamlined version of it on slightly newer cards, but they were mostly phased out by 2004. Beginning in 2004, the winners of the annual Pokemon World Championship get their decks turned into an official
It seems fun
product.
to open Pokemon
And this
cards.
includes cards with a special
Just for the
back and the
Gamba.
champion's signature on each card. They also have gray
I'd want
borders
the
and are
cute Pokemon.
non-hollow. There are 9 special
Or the cute
e-reader
trainers.
cards called Crystal Pokemon. These bad boys are all normal type Pokemon upon first appearance, but they have a special crystal type ability that shifts their type to whatever energy you attached for that turn. These are all extremely rare and expensive and cool. EX cards were the first big game mechanic to shape up the official trading card game. Each new series updates its core mechanic in the form of some powerful cards. In this case, EX cards were the new thing. Usually, the new game mechanic card will have a rule box stating that they are worth more points to your opponent if they can knock them out. Owner's Pokemon, sometimes called Trainer's Pokemon, are cards that represent a human-Pokemon relationship. Sometimes this is a gym leader's Pokemon, other times it's a team's Pokemon, like Team Rocket. This pops up every few years in some way, shape, or form. It started back with Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge. We see it in some mid-era sets like Platinum and even modern sets like Journey Together. There's one exception where a Pokemon is not owned by a human, but rather a region. These are Holon's Pokemon. Delta Species cards are a fan favorite. They'll actually say Delta Species at the top and have a Delta symbol. The gimmick here is that the Pokemon's usual type
What
is
Pokemon would
switched
you
to
be?
something else. We see a Dark-type Charizard, an Electric Gyarados,
For
a
optimal
Psychic
lure?
Ninetales, and more. Some even have 2 types, like this
If I was
Metal
your
and
owner.
Fighting Blastoise. They also have unique holo designs with gold holo borders and holo showing on the Pokemon itself. Alright, it's time to talk about promotional cards. So a promo card is pretty much any card that you get outside of a
Your
booster
Master
pack
Hee-Hee.
or pre-built deck. Some will actually say promo on it with a black star, and these belong to their own black star promo set. Other promo cards will look almost identical to a regular card though. For example, some of the promos have a different holo pattern, and that's the only difference. Or sometimes the only difference will be a stamp. However, there are lots of promo cards that only exist as a promo, like the Gray Feltap Pikachu. That's right, promos can be expensive, or they can be dirt cheap. It all depends on where and when and how many were made. Sometimes entire sets are released as promos. For example, the Southern Island set from 2001 or the McDonald's sets, which come around every year. Some pre-built decks or deck
I
kits
punch you
come
a
with
lot.
exclusive cards. These are
And
kind of
sleep
a
with
gray
you.
area when it comes to labels. You
Comfy.
could call these promos. They are effectively the same thing, but really
Like a real
they're
plushie.
just cards that can
Imagine.
only be found in one specific product. Sometimes it's the whole card that's exclusive, like Ash's Pikachu and Team Rocket's Mimikyu. But other times it's as simple as an exclusive cracked ice holo pattern. And it's not uncommon to find non-holo cards in a deck that should be otherwise holo. This is a lenticular card. As you move it, 3 different forms of the Pokemon Deoxys become visible. This is kind of like having 3 cards in one. Since it has a layer of plastic, it's extra
Very
thick.
damaging punches.
Now this is the only
squishes.
lenticular card that exists today, and it's exclusive to Japan. However, there are a few lenticular jumbo cards available. All jumbo cards are promos, by the way. So a
Crazy
jumbo
how the
card, also
Japanese just
called
optimized
oversized, is a giant
making all this
version
paper.
of a Pokemon card.
So valuable.
The most common place to find them is in collection boxes, but some can only be obtained through promotions like special events or through limited offers at retail stores like GameStop. A smaller oversized card was added as a box topper in some early sets in 2002. They only made a handful of these, then stopped, so there are no new cards that retain this odd size. Level X cards are the new EX cards. They're the mechanic change-up for the Diamond and Pearl series. These evolve from a Stage 2 Pokemon, so they act as a kind of Super Saiyan evolution, further powering up a Pokemon like Charizard, for example. The bright pink
I used
cards
to make
are
maximum
called
full
Ace
Pokemon card
Spec.
openings.
These are kind of like trainer cards, but on steroids.
Used to watch
You're
him.
limited to 1 per deck, and they allow players to build some pretty strong strategies. They were recently
miss it.
introduced back into the TCG, but were originally brought in during the Black and White series.
It's fun to watch
Alright,
card
it's time
openings.
to talk about energy cards. So in the game, Pokemon need a specific
I've
amount
thought
of
of doing
energy
some myself.
to perform an attack. And that energy needs to match
But I'm not
the
really
type
into
of
Pokemon.
in most cases. Most energy cards are worthless to collectors and worth
I've
just
seen there's some
pennies
blue
to the
archive
average
cards.
player. But there are hundreds of collectible energy cards that have exclusive holo patterns, stamps, designs,
But
and
it's all
more.
just for collecting, not
There's
really useful.
a lot to collect. Even the regular non-holo energy cards get a refresh every few months now. And there are special energies that vary, like Rainbow, Mist, Boomerang, Spiky, and Legacy, just to name a few. This is a Pokemon Prime. Oddly enough, the card doesn't say Prime on it, and it's missing some details, like a Pokedex entry. These are the main game mechanic for the Heart Gold and Soul Silver series. They feature close-up illustrations of the Pokemon. Legend cards were introduced the same time as Prime cards, but are pretty much different in every way possible.
Friends?
These cards have 2 pieces, and most of them feature 2 legendary Pokemon. They have to both be played in order to use them in the game. One more strange card that was featured during this time is the Unknown Lithograph cards. Now these are actually trainer cards, so I won't get too detailed. Just fun fact for you. Okay, a full art card is a card that features artwork
The
across
unknowns?
the entire card, like this. First introduced in black and white and reserved for secret rares, is now extremely common in modern sets. In fact, it's so common that it's no longer referred to as a full art and has multiple subcategories. Trainer cards can be full arts, which is a whole sub-niche within the hobby. Today, it's easiest to define a full art by its rarity. For example, this is an illustration rare, and this is a special illustration rare. It's worth noting that the special illustration rare has texture on the card. An alternate art is what it sounds like,
Cute.
an alternate artwork, but the card's details are the same. Either can be used in the game and have the same attacks and HP. When alt arts were first introduced, they actually had their own little alt art symbol, but this went away, and alt art became a term that people used even though it wasn't official. In modern sets, we often get multiple variations of a single card, and the term
I
alt
definitely
art
know
is
what I'm
being
doing,
used
yeah.
less. EX cards were reintroduced in black and white, but they used an uppercase EX this time. They're essentially the same thing, but have some nuanced differences. Now, I did make a whole video on these game mechanics switch-ups, if you want to go more in depth on all the different types of EXs. The Radiant Collection is a subset of cards featured in the Black and White series and have unique holo patterns and designs. Since it's a subset, they feature their own numbering system. A subset is pretty much a set within a set. The Radiant Collection could be found within Legendary Treasures booster packs. Gold cards came at the same time and are quite similar in a lot of ways. These are now specified as hyper rares and are exceedingly rare and difficult to find. That being said, they're kind of
Bro,
ugly
they made so many
and tend to sell for
subcategories.
cheap prices on
Seems
the
a bit-
secondary market.
I don't know.
Only one silver card
Greedy?
exists, and that's Dialga EX. It was released in Phantom Forces back
We can
in
sell the same
2014,
cards
and it's turned out
over
to
and
become
over.
a pretty expensive card today. MEX
Just
cards
make
stand
different
for
shiny
Mega
variants.
EX, and this is the TCG version of Mega Evolutions, which are a core part of the games. This is an upgrade past the Pokemon's final evolution, so for example, Gengar can evolve into Mega Gengar. This is a half art, but I've heard some people call it a full art, or even a 3/4 art. It's just a different style of full art card. At the top, you'll notice a box of text. This is officially known as an ancient trait, and it's kind of like an additional ability or a
Friends?
special power for the Pokemon. These extend beyond this awkward 3/4 art style, and some EX like Primal Groudon and Kyogre EX have this too. We got some dual type Pokemon cards during the XY series.
The text power.
These are kind of similar to some of the Delta species that have 2 types, but they're a little more advanced, and the card itself has
Have
a
you
unique
guys seen
design where
Fire
the types
Emblem
are split
Heroes?
diagonally. Team Plasma cards featured a
That
blue
game goes
border
crazy.
and a blue insignia on the lower half
With the
of the
new
card.
paragraphs
The gimmick here,
and
as it relates to
additions,
the TCG,
etc.
is that Team Plasma cards interact with each other, and this extends to Team Plasma trainer cards. Unfortunately, Team Flare didn't get the same treatment, but there are 2 Flare-themed trainer cards that look kind of cool. I guess you could call a break card a full art, but it's really a beast of its own. These are commonly cited as the ugliest Pokemon cards, although some of us have a soft spot for them. They're horizontally
Mega Gold
oriented,
Rat.
like the Legend cards, but act similar to the Level X cards we covered earlier. I felt like we had to include this amazingly interesting card. This is M Sachiko EX, a promotional card from the XY series that was gifted to attendees at a special event held for Pokemon's 20th anniversary. Sachiko is a Japanese singer who has performed many original songs for the Pokemon franchise. An Ultra Beast is a subcategory
Imagine.
of Pokemon that come from Ultra Space, as opposed to
One
regular
day
Pokemon
Zenya
who
Hima
call
card.
a local region home. Oh, and Ishihara. In the TCG, this doesn't mean much, but an Ultra Beast card is going to have some sort of effect on your opponent's prize cards. GX cards are the main game mechanic for the Sun and Moon series. They're similar to EX and Level X and feature some pretty neat full art designs. Rainbow cards were introduced in Sun and Moon, included in the following series, Sword and Shield, but did not make the cut for the modern sets we see today. They're fully textured and are a rainbow colored version of another card in the set or series. They're secret rares and hard to pull from a booster pack. Now they don't look great on screen, but they look and feel pretty nice when you actually have one in person. They brought back shining Pokemon once more in Sun and Moon. Although they are visually appealing and have added texture, they didn't reach
Rainbow.
the legendary status of the other shining cards. These are much easier to collect
that
and
VTuber
a lot
trading
easier
card
to
game.
find too. In the Sun and
It's
Moon
cursed
series,
as
you'll
fuck.
also find Prism cards. These aren't flashy full arts, but rather simple cards with a small prism after the Pokemon's name and a large prism on the bottom half.
V card.
You're limited to 1 per deck, and they're pretty powerful. A tag team card features multiple
Like,
Pokemon on 1 card. As you can imagine,
Sounds
these
so
make for some
sus.
pretty spectacular illustrations and are all sought after today. Some tag team cards even have alternate
feel it's
arts
so weird
or
to have
rainbow
cards like that.
versions. These were only available in the Sun
What if
and
someone
Moon
gets
series,
cancelled?
but we all kind of are
I
hoping
mean,
for
someone
them
already
to come
has.
back today. Shiny Pokemon have a special background and feature Pokemon with an alternative color palette. They are full art cards and secret rares. Baby Shinies are something different. It's a nickname given by collectors and describes the shiny Pokemon that retain the original card design. These Pokemon aren't actually babies. V cards are the series game mechanic for Sword and Shield. They're full art glossy cards with a black border. 3 personalized V cards were created for Katy Perry,
Apparently it's a
J
shitty card
Balvin,
game,
and
too.
Post Malone, featuring each pop star on the card with select Pokemon. Only 1 of each were made and were gifted directly to the singers. VMAX cards are powered up versions of V cards. These are the TCG versions of Gigantamax or Dynamax Pokemon from the video games. They feature a slightly darker art style unless they are an alternate art version. V-Star cards are a
Well,
branch
Pokemon
off
has
of the
V cards
V,
too.
not V-Max, which is kind of confusing. But most Pokemon will have either a V-Max or V-Star card, with only a few exceptions like Charizard having both. And of course, V-Union was a new gimmick where 4 cards could be combined to form one large card. Think of Exodia from the Yu-Gi-Oh! However, Exodia was powerful and V-Union cards stunk pretty bad. In fact, they only made a few and then they disappeared. In 2021, a special half deck was created specifically for employees of creatures to receive as an anniversary gift. Each card represents a year since Pokemon's creation, with a card chosen from that year. Each of these are extremely unique, but some notable ones are Chansey and Charizard. Recently, we've gotten a handful of these gold cards that use a mix of black and negative space to create a very visually appealing design.
Chunky Pikachu.
However, they suffer from the same undervalued fate as regular gold cards. We've even seen some alternate colors being thrown in, but the truth is, people just don't like gold cards. Amazing Rares are a handful of cards spread out among a few other sets. At first they don't seem to be that special, but they have a unique design and are quite beautiful, with a special holo pattern and background illustration that extends beyond the illustration window. Radiant Rares come in with a similar vibe, but actually have quite a few differences. These are shiny Pokemon, which means they have an alternative color palette again, and each feature a reverse holo pattern that many consider to be the best to date. They're pretty strong too, with a limit of 1 per deck. This is an official Pokemon TCG metal card. Nope, just kidding. This is a bootleg that you'll find on eBay or Etsy or Amazon. There are only a few official metal cards, and they look a lot nicer. The first 2 to be released were Pikachu and Charizard, then after that Arceus, then Mew, then Greninja. So far, they have only been available in Ultra Premium Collection products. The Pokemon Go set in Sword Shield had a Ditto card, but it was disguised as a Spinarak, Numel, or Bidoof that you had to actually peel off to reveal the Ditto. This is the only time they'd ever done something like this. This is a Pokemon My First Battle card. You can see they've been simplified, and this comes from a product designed to teach the Pokemon TCG to youngsters. As the game has evolved, it's gotten more complicated, so this is a return to the good old days when it was easier to understand. These cards also have a unique back on them. The Trainer Gallery and Galarian Gallery are subsets in the Sword and Shield series that feature a full range of beautiful full art cards. The Trainer Gallery features Pokemon bonded with their trainer, while the Galarian Gallery features Pokemon or trainers from the Galarian region with phenomenal artwork. Sword and Shield gave us different fighting styles, so this was denoted with a small label under the HP of a Pokemon, and this was an added layer to strategizing in the TCG. The idea was to choose a fighting style, like Single Strike, and use cards in your deck that also have the Single Strike label. The cards synergize and benefit with each other. This was also carried into the Scarlet and Violet series with Ancient and Future, and functions the same. It fits with the overall theme of Ancient and Future Pokemon from the video games. Scarlet and Violet also brought back EX, which look like this. Again, they function similarly to other EX Pokemon. We also got terrestrialized Pokemon, which give the Pokemon funny little crystal hats and also sometimes changes their type, not unlike the old Delta species cards. Terra Pokemon can't receive damage when they're on the bench during a match. We also saw the introduction of Pokeball Reverse Holos. These are fully textured reverse holo cards with a Pokeball on them. There is a rare variation now, where the Pokeball is replaced with a Master Ball. These tend to demand higher prices on the secondary market.
It's over. I'm just gonna put the mirror here. Hope it works eventually.
It says, requires you to move the mirror to reflect the knives the murderer throws. You can tell which wardrobe the murderer will throw from by the black swirl that was around it. And that's it. I don't really know like where to push it. Like, can't exactly like rotate it very easily. You see this hat, like I can't turn it. Let me push it. Oh, I already. There, see, like that's facing it, but it went like to the side instead. That's why it's like really confusing. Too slow, but there's barely enough time. Like, can I just put it like in one place and like wait? Let me see. Can't if it goes through this one. It should work. But I think, oh, going here. Oh, what? Like, is it not gonna work? Like, is it no? Oh, I see. Like, it's. Yeah, issue bullshit. Okay, there. I I do that multiple times. Oh my gosh. All right. It's like 2 more times again. Okay, I don't know about you, but I cannot focus. It's like this. Oh, the jiggy finished. Push. It was too far ahead. Okay. Oh, we got another chicky. It's too small.
Friends?
Yeah, I'll put up a video too.
Sorry for the silence. I know we can't handle that. Spooky video. Find it already? Please.
Wow. Okay, sorry. Make sure the jiggy is updating. Okay.
very ASMR. Old Japanese houses. So spooky. And rotten. Not built very well, I think. Well, especially because of Japanese weather. Stinky sink. Living with rats? Nice. I think blood is going through it. Repeating. I wonder how they made this. Very Fatal Frame vibes. Very nice, very normal.
What? Eh?
Grandma.
Rat.
Man, the filter makes it so spooky. Suddenly in Silent Hill. Schizo House. You live like this, Penguins? No way. Cursed. I really like these spooky videos. Can't help but look. No way to multitask with that. Need my Zoomer ADHD second screen commentary? Loki here is next. I have to pee though. So, bathroom real quick. I'll run the hourly ad break too. So, see you soon. Can I please go to the bathroom, Penguins? Ooh. I'm back. This next video is about McDonald's. I picked it because McDonald's yummy nuggies. It wasn't that fast. Girls just pee quick. Dummies. I have small bladder. So there is small amount. Of course. Oh man, this might make me hungry though. Gonna have to have a snack after this for sure. Okay, but let's go on back to RuneScape.
Fast food has never been good food, but it was a quick, easy, reliable, and cheap way to get a meal that appealed to people
So
who were
truly.
time poor or just, well,
Yummy though.
actually poor. Mass layoffs, increasing economic uncertainty, deferred student loan payments kicking in, and spiking levels of consumer debt should be the perfect opportunity for these cheap offerings to bring in customers who don't have much money to spare, but still want to eat. For a long time, companies like McDonald's, Domino's, KFC, Taco Bell, and Wendy's were considered recession-proof, because even in the most dire of circumstances, people still need to eat, and the companies typically offered the best exchange rate of dollars to calories in the market. But that's changed. In a business move that can only be described as confusing, these brands have responded to cost-conscious, busy, and desperate consumers by becoming more expensive, slower, and less reliable. Unsurprisingly, sales across the industry have plummeted at a time when they should be outperforming. It would almost be comical if they weren't collectively some of the largest employers in the country.
Yeah, I've heard
However,
that.
the MIG recession has been caused by more than
Sales
some
going
management
down.
missteps. It's a clear sign of some much bigger problems in the wider economy.
You know, it's supposed to be cheap, quick, and an easy option.
I personally stopped eating out at fast food for me because it got so expensive it wasn't worth the money.
McDonald's posted its biggest US sales decline in nearly 5 years.
I buy the Mac chicken sandwich. It's $3, almost $4.
It's also hitting what traditionally had become the cheaper option. But for many, that's
Chimkin.
no longer the case.
Okay, so before we get into the fast food industry as the canary in the coal mine for much larger structural economic problems, there is something more important you need to understand. Fast food locations used to be fun. Pizza Huts looked like actual huts. Chuck E. Cheese had rodent-themed decor, and McDonald's was full of bright colors, escaped convicts, and nightmare-inducing clowns. That's clearly
The
changed.
play place.
And now almost any fast food store you go into is the same generic style of nondescript, boxy modern commercial building. This has happened for a few
The
reasons
copy-paste
that are
box.
each very revealing about the broader direction the industry has gone. The first reason is that children have become less important to overall business demand.
Reminds
in the
me
good
of
old
commie
days,
blocks in
companies would
Europe.
advertise directly to children in the hopes they would effectively become little sales representatives and throw a shit fit until their parents gave in and took them to get some deep-fried slop. Regulations around advertising to children and a general cultural shift
Can we
away
get
from feeding
McDonald's?
children too much unhealthy food means that companies can't rely on this market
Can we
as
get
much
McDonald's
anymore, though.
Pingoon?
According
Please.
to a YouGov survey,
Please,
Americans
please.
between the ages of 18 and 34 are now the largest
Can we get
consumers of fast
McDonald's?
food, with 42% reporting they consume it several times a week. Demographic shifts means this age group is now less likely to have children of their own, so the extra money and maintenance on custom storefronts isn't worth it since a ball pit is unlikely to appeal to most 20-somethings. No shame though. Shifting consumer trends are one thing, but the bigger reason is that restaurant locations have become far less important and much more interchangeable. According to market data from the consulting firm McKinsey & Company, people are now almost twice as likely to order food through a delivery service
Quest
like Uber Eats
complete.
or DoorDash than they are to physically sit in a fast food restaurant and eat their meal. Fast food locations are increasingly just becoming distribution centers for Postmate drivers, so maybe we shouldn't be surprised that they have started
don't
looking
have
like
yummy
Amazon
food at home.
warehouses. Anyway, alongside ingredients
You
and
don't make
staffing,
the
the
nuggies
real
the
estate
same.
these restaurants sit atop is simultaneously the largest expense in most locations as well as being a significant asset. As the story goes, Ray Kroc, the man responsible for scaling McDonald's into a global fast food empire, figured out that he wasn't in the burger business. He was in the real estate business. To this day, for the majority of fast food locations, most of the money is made by the commercial real estate. The restaurant that sits on the land is basically just a tenant producing cash flows. It doesn't matter if the tenant is a Wendy's or a McDonald's. So stores have become more uniform to lower the cost of construction and the risk of having an unusual building that nobody else wants to rent if a franchise moves out. So if you want to know why fast food restaurants look so boring these days, you can blame real estate speculation, shifting socioeconomics, and middleman technology. Something of a recurring theme on this channel. Now anyway, this whole game only works if these businesses still bring in cash. And to do that, they need to move some hamburgers. The trouble is, that's getting really hard. Fast food prices have increased significantly beyond inflation. According to data collected from Finance Buzz, the average McDonald's menu item is now twice as expensive as it was 10 years ago. This trend is partially because fast food items used to be artificially cheaper than they should have been. When people would order in-store, there was more opportunity to upsell them to larger meal sizes and tack on higher margin extras like desserts and drinks, so they could make their staple menu items cheaper to attract customers. Now, ingredients and rent has become more expensive, and on top of that, restaurants need to give a significant portion of their top-line revenue to delivery companies. To maintain their margins, they had to raise prices, and their pivot to more premium branding was a way to justify this change without acknowledging that getting food hand-delivered is a luxury with inherent increased costs. Fast food companies aren't allowed to directly offer lower prices in their stores than they do via delivery apps, even though they don't have the additional expenses. So they have had to become sneaky and offer various meal deals so that in-restaurant customers can get better deals if they are willing to navigate through deals via their own apps and pick out in-store meal combinations. If you are a savvy Mick connoisseur and you are willing to sit down, do the math, and make the most of various deals on the company-run fast food apps and in-store offers, you can end up paying half as much for the same food as someone who just turned their brain off and poked at the cheeseburger pictures they wanted on their delivery app of choice. This has made shopping for fast food increasingly confusing and time-consuming, which is exactly the opposite reason why customers go to these companies in the first place. Now, the companies are not exactly blameless victims in this trend. Bloated and confusing menus and premium offerings had the potential to extract the most possible money out of the widest spectrum of customers, from the rich and lazy to the poor and savvy. But now the market has turned against them, and this clever little business model could be their undoing.
Am I new?
So it's time to learn how many works to find out if fast food companies have cooked themselves. This week's video is sponsored by Storyblocks. If you've ever had to piece together stock footage clip by clip, you know how fast those costs can add up, and how frustrating it is to track down exactly what you need. Storyblocks takes that stress out of the process by offering unlimited downloads of high-quality stock video, music, sound effects, templates, and more, all for one predictable subscription price. We've used it for everything, from last-minute B-roll to motion graphics to save us hours in post. Having everything in one place just makes our workflow faster and lets us stay focused on the creative. Plus, all of the content is royalty-free with clear cut. If you're .com/house, as Q, click the link in the description. So it's not all bad news. As Q1 earnings have been revealed, some brands have actually increased their sales. Taco Bell, which is owned by the conglomerate Yum Brands, increased average store sales by 9% compared to last year. This success has been attributed almost exclusively to the company's Lux boxes, which have become what fast food used to be. A large quantity of food with a lot of calories for not very much money. Even though the industry declined overall, Taco Bell grew because it attracted customers priced out of other options. The company's own CEO boasted on the earnings call that the company's performance was thanks to massive wins with low-income consumers. Yum Brands, which also owns chains like KFC and Pizza Hut, does not invest heavily into real estate like McDonald's, and instead rents most of their locations from third-party commercial landlords. This means that when picking a location to open a store, they don't have to worry about the underlying fundamentals of the area and the real estate market. They can focus exclusively on what locations are going to bring in the most foot traffic. This also lets brands operate in locations that would otherwise be considered undesirable by real estate investors with a side hustle in burgers. Across the rest of the industry, though, fast food as a whole has largely lost ground to people just choosing to cook from home. I know this isn't exactly groundbreaking news to you watching, but food has become kind of expensive. The key demographics of young workers that consume fast food are the same people who are getting laid off first, and statistically have less savings to get them through periods of reduced income. These people also on average have more debt to manage outside of a residential mortgage. By now, you have probably seen the memes about being able to split your burrito purchase into 4 easy installments using Klarna through DoorDash. Now, this has probably been blown out of proportion, as Klarna is just a payment processor that a lot of people are more comfortable with over a credit card or a bank transfer. But it's a humorous way to acknowledge the more serious issue that people are going into debt just to keep up, and new platforms like this are making it easier than ever to do. Klarna and similar services now represent an extra $700 billion worth of consumer debt that isn't being officially recorded, on top of over $1 trillion in credit card debt and student debt, which people now actually need to pay again. So people are short on cash, but these companies are also losing another group of consumers. Fast food has typically been popular with people who just didn't have that much time after working a long shift and then spending an hour or more commuting. But even that has become less of a selling point. Fast food is not that fast anymore. Average wait times have increased significantly, which means unless you are willing to pay the premium to get food delivered, it's almost faster to cook some basic food for yourself. Now, fast food getting slower has happened for 2 reasons. The first is that larger menus make it harder to prepare food in advance and keep it ready to be instantly handed over. Now, this also means that food is prepared to order, which is nice. Apart from the second reason, fast food turnover is higher than it's ever been, and overall staff care is low because people simply do not value these jobs as much as they once did. Now, expecting people to go above and beyond for a minimum wage job at a fast food franchise is clearly a bit dumb, but it's getting harder to find people that want to do the job at all. Once again, fast food companies have kind of been outmaneuvered
Let's
by the
fish.
delivery apps. Minimum wage workers now have more options, and delivering food and answering to an algorithm is more attractive to a lot of people than cooking food and answering to the power-tripping shift manager. Of course, the obvious solution is to just pay people more, and some companies are basically being forced to do that. But then they either need to raise their prices even further or cut into already razor-thin margins. These companies are investing a lot of money into automated kitchens to cut down on staff before they get too much negotiating power. But that technology is still in its infancy, and these brands have shareholders to answer to now. If they raise prices anymore, they will also be competing directly with slightly more upmarket fast casual dining, and even local independent restaurants, which are getting harder to differentiate from. Longer wait times and a slightly more expensive menu is expected at these stores. For people who want convenience and are willing to pay a few extra dollars for it, they can just order from these more upmarket restaurants off the apps as well. People who aren't worried about paying a $5 delivery fee and 20% delivery tip also aren't going to think twice about paying a few extra dollars to get chef-prepared food over a barely assembled McChicken. For everybody else, the struggles of the cheapest restaurant is a sign of a pretty bleak financial reality. Most of the CEOs that presented poor earnings for this quarter acknowledged tough economic times for people choosing to eat takeaway less, concluding that cooking from home has become much more popular for people looking to make their money go further. Now, individually, this is a fantastic trend. Unless you are an extremely high-income earner or working an equally extreme schedule, cooking for yourself is one of the best things you can do to improve your health and personal finances. So if you can do it, you probably should do it. But for society at large, when fast food becomes a luxury, that should raise a few alarm bells. Grocery store food has also become much more expensive, and more people than ever now work multiple full-time jobs, so finding the time amongst that schedule to also prepare food is hard. That's also ignoring that according to US Census data, around 9% of households below the federal poverty level don't have an adequately functioning kitchen at all. Yes, a lot of people are choosing to cook from home instead of ordering some Kentucky Fried carbs, and that's good, but a lot of people are just skipping meals altogether, and that's bad. A survey conducted by Credit Karma found that more than a quarter of respondents admitted to skipping meals because of rising grocery costs. This survey was also conducted on people who are using a credit score tracking service, so the population sample is probably doing better than the true average. Now, this has the potential to cause a feedback loop in low-income communities, because fast food is one of the country's largest employers. Outside of Walmart, Yum Brands and McDonald's are the second and third largest employers of American workers. They may not be the most desirable jobs in the world, but they provide some income to millions of people. If restaurants start closing down, that could quickly become a huge unemployment problem amongst people with the least financial security to begin with. Now, the story is not much better for these companies outside of America either. Most people around the world are struggling with the same financial realities of increased living costs and economic uncertainty. On top of that, America isn't exactly the most popular kid on the block at the moment. Brands like McDonald's, KFC, and Starbucks are struggling with a general anti-American sentiment across most of their markets as people are choosing to support the local chains over the unashamedly American businesses. According to McDonald's own market survey, they found an increase in people in various markets saying they're going to be cutting back on purchases of American brands.
Bozos.
Now, companies delivering poor financial news to their shareholders always comes armed with some excuses. But this is clearly a major shift in consumer behavior right when they can least afford it. Now, there is a growing group of consumers that unfortunately fast food isn't particularly good at taking advantage of. Go and watch this video next to find out how some Americans got so good at buying and make sure to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
Oh, does it? Already it. Already over. Well, basically, food expensive because economy,
industry dying.
Kinda sad. I rarely eat out too. Because it's just not worth. It is yummy though. Okay, next one.
Australia. Easily one of the most beautiful countries on the entire planet. You've got white sand beaches, meandering rivers, sprawling savannas, and tropical forests, making it a true nature paradise. And yet, there is one teeny tiny problem, which is that all of these beautiful places are inhabited by about the most messed up animals nature currently has in its arsenal, ranging from venomous everythings to giant predatory reptiles and fish that could remove a limb or two with ease. And while not exactly apocalyptic, Australia does have more animal deaths than even the USA, despite having 13 times less people and having a significantly higher level of healthcare for the average person.
And the heat.
Therefore, if you ever take a vacation down under, just be a little mindful of where you step or swim. But, regardless of how it is now, you can take solace in the fact that Australia is actually much more safe today than it was
They do
in the
have
past.
Bluey there.
As through time, it seems to have followed the rule where the farther you go back, the more messed up everything becomes. And I do mean everything. For example, just 50,000 years ago, the Australians were already dealing with the largest land lizard ever, giant snakes, marsupial predators, and terrestrial crocs that could sprint across land. However, despite everything Australia has thrown at the world during the Cenozoic, none of it compares to what it was like during the Mesozoic, as it was then that Australia was the perfect breeding ground for nightmarish animals, and united terrestrial, avian, and aquatics apex predators into just one single place, the Eromanga Sea. While the continent today is surrounded by water, it is for the most part still a very dry piece of land, with only 4% of its surface being covered by water. Yet during the late Cretaceous, it was the opposite story, as at certain times, over 50% of the landmass was submerged by the Eromanga Sea, a vast ancient inland sea that had profound impacts on Australia and its wildlife. Scientists believe that it was created during the early days of the Cretaceous, when warmer temperatures caused a rise in global sea levels, resulting in the ocean flooding Australia from the north and reaching all the way to Eromanga, Queensland, which happens to be the furthest town from any coast, and the inspiration behind its name. Even for an inland sea, the Eromanga was extremely shallow, being just a few tens of meters or feet deep in some areas. But what it lacked in depth, it made up for in width, as it was over 2,000 kilometers, or 1,200 miles at its widest, and all in all, was about the same size as the Sea of Japan, but looked nothing like it, as its waters were unusually muddy, stagnant, and for the Cretaceous, cold, with the most southern points possibly seeing near freezing temperatures during the winter, a result of Australia having a lower latitude at the time. And yet, this strange stagnant soup proved to be just what was needed for an explosion of horrific animals,
And the sea is extinct.
as it created organic and iron-rich sediments, plus a variety of coastal habitats, attracting all sorts of life, leading to its waters and surrounding areas being just about the busiest place on the entire planet.
That's why they killed the Eromanga Sea.
Now, throughout a good chunk of the Cretaceous, the Eromanga Sea wasn't a place you'd want to be, but some points were definitely worse than others, and it reached peak nopeness during the Albian stage, which took place between 113 and 100 million years ago. Given that it was the Cretaceous, you might be thinking that if you fell into these murky waters, you'd be met with a titanic mosasaur, or perhaps two. But in reality, there was actually no mosasaurs at all in these waters, as they had not yet evolved. Instead, this inland sea had a very different top dog, who would have given mosasaurs a good run for their money, and were arguably scarier, the pliosaurs. While mainly being known as the kings of the Jurassic, the early Cretaceous did have a few still roaming around, and Eromanga in particular was a hotspot, with multiple kinds being present. Based on pure looks alone, they did have a bit of an edge over mosasaurs, sporting giant wide skulls lined with razor-sharp teeth and robust but streamlined bodies equipped with 4 large flippers that helped them maneuver the shallow seas with eerie grace and speed. And among the bunch that called these prehistoric waters home, the most abundant, who also happened to be by far the biggest and baddest, was the Kronosaurus, who was one of the biggest pliosaurs to ever live, and the biggest predator within the Eromanga, with adults reaching 11 meters or 36 feet long, and weighing over 15 tons thanks to their robust builds, which actually made them heavier than the later giant mosasaurs. And this might not have been its final form, as 2 titanic specimens suggest a theoretical size of up to 13 meters or 43 feet, akin to the length of
I'm gonna
certain gray
mine.
whales.
Minecraft.
So naturally, everything on this apex predator's body matched its stature, with its flippers all being longer than the average NBA player is tall, and its skull reaching sizes greater than anything seen in dinosaurs, minus ceratopsids, with one specimen having
Okay, I'm bored. Sorry. Need to show me the Emutos. In the Eromanga Sea.
Let's skip this one too. Yeah, oh wait, okay, wait, that's the same one. Okay, wait. Where am I? Okay, I keep copying the same one. Okay. I have more. Oh, this one was maybe let's try this one. Yeah, this one's short.
Our planet Earth has some of the most breathtaking landscapes. But unlike tourist-filled cities and towns, there are a few places no human should ever dare to visit.
Dangerous places.
Here are the 15 most dangerous places on Earth. Number 15. Snake
Gotta
Island,
plan our vacation,
Brazil.
penguins.
93 miles away from Sao Paulo lies a land that is considered to be the most dangerous place on Earth. Ilha de Queimada Grande, or Snake Island, is an island where no human is allowed to step foot on. With highly venomous and deadly golden lancehead snakes slithering around the land, there is no safe quarter on the island. Last known human inhabitants date back to the 1920s. Legend says the last fisherman who strayed too close to the island shore was discovered on his boat days later, lifeless in his own pool of blood.
They just haven't gotten
Number
rid
14.
of them.
Sinabung Volcano, Indonesia. Mount Sinabung is arguably one of the most dangerous places on Earth. In 2010, after 400 years in dormancy,
Number 1 should be India.
Sinabung Volcano awoke and spewed hot gas, ash, and rocks into the Indonesian land. Thousands were harmed and at least 15 people were killed. Sinabung Volcano is the only volcano on level 4 alerts and completely off limits to any climbers. In 2019, another eruption caused havoc across the local village. Captured footage shows how ash and smoke shot 23,000 feet into the air and coated the land in debris. Number 13. Bermuda Triangle. One of the world's most famous mysteries is the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The Devil's Triangle is bounded by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, and is the place where ships, planes, and people mysteriously disappear. Giant airplanes and boats have vanished without ever radioing for distress messages. Some theories say that powerful rogue waves that reach up to 100 feet destroy all evidence of a ship or plane, and are the cause of sudden disappearances. No matter what the reasons may be, the Bermuda Triangle
Spooky
is
Bermuda
the world's
Triangle.
most supernatural and paranormal place. Number 12. Lake Natron,
Would hear of it all the
Tanzania.
time in shows as a
Lake
kid.
Natron is a notorious place on Earth where all living creatures die from simple contact, and where birds suddenly turn into stones and statues.
Like at some spooky place.
Not only is the lake extremely alkaline, but this supernatural
Bermuda
place in
Triangle
Tanzania
episode.
can reach dangerously high temperatures as well. And while the glass-looking and reflective lake tricks birds into flying straight into water, it's the climate that turns these creatures into stones. During dry seasons, when the water recedes, the birds desiccate and turn into stone-like statues. The pictures speak for themselves. Number 11. Death Valley, California, U.S.
Oh.
Death Valley is a very apt name for this Californian desert.
Rip Americans.
With the highest temperature ever recorded in history, Death Valley's degrees vary from 134 degrees Fahrenheit at dawn to negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit at
Yeah,
night.
just don't go to
At
California.
282 feet below sea level, Death Valley is the lowest point in North America. Without any water, the hottest place on Earth can kill a human within 14 hours. The mysterious desert has rocks that move across the ground and sand that sings. Worth a quick trip and adventure, but make sure to drink your water. Number 10. Danakil Desert, Eritrea. Hell on Earth and the world's most inhospitable place are nicknames rightfully given to the Danakil Desert in Eritrea. If these nicknames weren't enough to paint a picture of how dangerous this place truly is, let's dig a little deeper. The sun favors one place on Earth, and that place sits in Eritrea, Africa. Located in northeast Ethiopia, it's the land the Afar people call home, Danakil Desert. With an average year-round temperature of 95 degrees Fahrenheit, this African desert is one of the hottest scorching places on Earth. But the dry and hot weather aren't the only features of this astounding desert. Across hundreds of miles stands the Danakil Depression,
I wonder if
a place
Muad'Dib
where
has
three
been
tectonic plates join and create the depression. As small volcanoes dominate the Rift Valley, the floor is mostly made of basaltic lava. Its flaming hot lava can be captured at night when the flaming magma displays a dangerously beautiful scene. Number 9. Valley of Death, Russia. You might think the Valley of Death is an over-exaggeration or a tad bit too dramatic, but once you hear about
How many
this
valleys
supernatural
of death
place,
are there?
you'll see why this name is very fitting and apt. Located in eastern Russia is a place that is called an animal graveyard, with many puzzling head-scratching and backstories and origins. This valley remains to be an unsolved mystery. According to legend, 2 hunters stumbled upon the bizarre land in the 1930s. Upon climbing up the Kipnich volcano, they saw land with no grass or plants, covered with dead animal bodies. The explorers soon started to feel dizzy and decided to flee the area. As rumors of the mysterious land spread, many tried to finally solve the puzzle and come back with proper answers. Just like animals, around 80 human lives were taken by the supernatural valley. Scientists have deduced that the lethality of the land is due to high concentrations of poisonous gases that arise from the volcano. A mix of hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, and sulfur dioxide kill living creatures within minutes, whilst also preserving dead animals' bodies for years. As the deadly gases accumulate throughout the animals' bodies, it prevents the bacteria responsible for decomposition to complete its action. That's why animal bodies were seen scattered around the land. As one might expect,
Let's
the Valley of
Minecraft.
Death is closed for visitors. The only way to sneak a peek of the land is through a helicopter tour, which costs a hefty $700. Before we move on, be sure to subscribe to Top 5s with notifications on. Number 8. Madidi National Park, Bolivia. At first glance, this incredible land looks straight out of a fairy tale, but this picturesque park is extremely dangerous in real life. Madidi National Park, located in Bolivia, is the home to the most poisonous and venomous fauna in the world. A simple touch, cut, or a wound can become infected with tropical parasites that cause dizziness and even death. And while this land is undoubtedly very dangerous and hazardous, it doesn't stop tourists and travelers from making a quick trip down to the Madidi National Park. The mesmerizing Bolivian park is home to some of the most majestic creatures known to man.
Friends?
From exotic animals to unique fauna,
Why would you go there?
Madidi Park is filled with surprises and wonders. From jaguars, otters, to crested eagles and hummingbirds, the park has over 1,100 different animal and bird species. But when it comes to the real danger a human can face, one must always remember that this gorgeous and green park houses some of the most toxic and poisonous fauna in the world. Extremely deadly parasites await as a cut or wound is detected on a human. And when the perfect time arises, it hits the immune system and causes sudden death. Madidi National Park, as breathtaking and beautiful as it may be, is known for its venomous spiders, snakes, and poisonous plants. So, if you're thinking about visiting this exotic land, make sure you stay safe and follow the guide rules carefully. Nica Crystal Cave, Mexico. The Nica Crystal Cave in Mexico is so mysterious and unexplored that National Geographic shot an hour-long documentary showcasing the dangers and wonders of the Crystal Cave. 3 scientists geared up for a deep exploration trip as they visited Nica's mountain's infamous cave.
Walter would love that
Located
place.
in the Chihuahuan Desert, this mountain is home to the biggest crystals in the world. As hot magma lurks below the cave, this Mexican destination is a heat stroke accident waiting to happen. The 3 scientists sent for an impossible mission had different goals in mind. Their main objective was to collect the crystal samples and to later observe them. There are these crystals the size of redwood trees. You stand there with your mouth wide open, said Chris McKay, a planetary scientist. Exciting and life-changing as this adventure might have been, one must remember that as soon as a person walks into the cave, their body starts to die. With incredibly high temperatures and unbearable humidity, the only way to approach such a cave was by using protective suits. But even with the appropriate attire, the scientists only have about a half hour to collect their samples and get out alive. George Kourounis, a well-known adventurer and documentary expert, was given the green light to spend only one day at the notorious Crystal Cave. It took the explorer 2 years to finally get the permission needed, but according to the Daredevil, it was worth the wait. It looks like Superman's Fortress of Solitude, says George. As far as the hot temperature goes, even George vouched for the cave's unbearable heat, commenting, "As soon as you walk in, you start to die." Number 5. Kawah Ijen Volcano, Indonesia. Seeing the breathtaking and mesmerizing blue lava-like rivers of light might seem like a futuristic movie scene, but in reality, it's extremely poisonous Kawah Ijen Lake. A stunning turquoise lake sits at the peak of Kawah Ijen Volcano, and at night, electric blue flames can be seen rolling down the mountainsides.
It's always the heat.
Absolutely jaw-dropping lake is full of hydrochloric acid, which is more corrosive than battery acid. The hydrogen chloride gas spewing from the volcano collides with sulfur-containing gases and creates a powerful chemical that is unimaginably corrosive. The Greek-Canadian explorer George Kourounis once again had the opportunity to explore one of the world's most dangerous places. The adventurer took a small rubber boat out into the acid lake to measure its acidity.
It's just a toxic lake of sulfuric acid. What could possibly go wrong?
The pH of the water was measured to be as low as 0.13. But even though this volcano and lake are clearly dangerous and deadly to humans, miners still risk their lives to collect the accumulated sulfur. George had watched these miners hard at work and recalls how the only protection they had was a wet rag stuffed into their mouth. The sulfur dioxide gas would still leak through and dissolve away their front teeth. Beautiful as it may seem, the Kawah Ijen volcano and lake is one of the most dangerous places on Earth. Number 4. Mount Washington, New Hampshire, United States. It's a widely known fact that Mount Everest is not only the tallest mountain in the world, but is also the most dangerous mountain on Earth. And while no other great summit can come close to the incredible height and perplexity of Mount Everest, there's one other mountain in the world that holds a substantial title. Known as the most dangerous small mountain in the world, Mount Washington in New Hampshire is any hiker's worst nightmare. But what exactly makes this peak so hazardous? It's clearly not the height, but the wind. In April 1934, the highest ever wind velocity of 231 miles per hour was recorded on Mount Washington. Even at wind speeds of 60 miles per hour, hiking becomes nearly impossible. Powerful blowing winds and cold weather combine to intensify hypothermia. Freezing temperatures that drop to -40 Fahrenheit and continuous heavy snowfalls make Mount Washington a truly dangerous place to visit. Daredevil hikers who see this mountain as a beatable obstacle do heavy research before starting their unforgettable journey. Meticulous calculations have to be made in order to begin the adventure with appropriate weather. With over 150 recorded fatalities since 1849, it's paramount to embark on such an adventure extremely prepared and organized. Number 3. Lake Nos, Cameroon. The silent but deadly Lake Nos turned out to be much more dangerous than scientists first assumed. Lake Nos, located in Cameroon, Central Africa, seemed like an innocent, beautiful lake, surrounded by small villages. At first glance, no one could expect this quiet, blue, and picturesque lake to be more than just a pool of water. But the narrative changed on one fateful August night. In 1986, a tall fountain of water started spouting out of Lake Nos. The fountain soon released a white cloud of gas, which grew bigger by the minute. It reached 300 feet in height and spread over the nearby villages. Residents soon started to lose consciousness and collapse on the ground. The gas turned out to be carbon dioxide. At concentrations greater than 15%, carbon dioxide can be lethal. And on that August night, more than 1,700 villagers died on the spot. CO2 can be kept under lakes and surrounding rocks for decades. When a volcano erupts, it emits dangerously high amounts of carbon dioxide. This compound has the ability to pass through rocks and slowly dissolve in the groundwater. If this event takes place near a lake, carbon dioxide eventually saturates the water, leaving it to be extremely dangerous and hazardous. While most cases of dissolved underwater carbon dioxide overturn, reach the surface, and eventually dissolve in the atmosphere, this didn't happen to Lake Nos. Poisonous gas remained trapped until something triggered its release and resulted in over 1,700 deaths. Number 2. Fraser Island, Australia. A fun way to spend a hot summer day is to pack your suitcase and head to the beach. Everyone enjoys a refreshing, entertaining time at the beach, swimming and tanning alongside your friends and family. But one beach that's categorically forbidden is located on Fraser Island. Just off the southeastern coast of Queensland, Australia, stands a beautifully mesmerizing beach.
Tanning?
But unlike your local shores, Fraser Island is the number
never
one
got
most
that, to be
dangerous
honest.
beach in the world. Every aspect of the beach is unsafe and extremely hazardous, from the ocean water and beach sand to the animals and water species that inhabit this land. No part of Fraser Island is considered to be bearable for humans. Deep inside the ice-cold waters live irukandji jellyfish and bluebottles, tentacled species with powerful stinging abilities. How can sand be dangerous, you may ask? As the sand in the lakes can't be seen, enthusiastic swimmers choose to go headfirst into the water, without any hint of how shallow the water truly is. As far as animal inhabitants go, most have heard of the infamous Australian dog species, the dingoes. And unlike our human companions and loyal dogs, these species aren't as friendly to people as one might assume. They are
Beach is
wild,
just cursed.
undomesticated predators that can attack anyone or anything that triggers aggression or irritation.
With all the
As
worst
there are
animals.
thousands of beaches across the world, there is no logical reason to visit Fraser Island without a death wish. Number 1. Elephant Kingdom, Thailand. The Elephant Kingdom, located in Chonburi, Thailand, is thought to be the world's most terrifying tourist attraction. While cities and towns all over the world offer beautiful scenery and historic castles, this particular tourist attraction offers something completely different. Even though the name Elephant Kingdom might make you think this famous Thailand destination is stretched out land inhabited by elephants, in reality, it's something quite the opposite. Have you ever wanted to climb into a metal cage and feed reptiles? Well, the notorious Elephant Kingdom offers just that. Tourists from all over the world gather in Chonburi in the hopes of feeding live 10-foot-long crocodiles, only separated by a metal cage that is kept afloat with plastic barrels. There is little to no barrier against the deadly reptiles. Tourists on board of the metal cages often don't realize that they themselves could end up being the crocodile's meals.
No way.
The small caliber rafts were often broken down and unsafe. The empty plastic barrels that held up the cage would often sink or move, adding suspense to the already tense situation. When a tourist captured the now viral photo of tourists dangling food for the reptiles, social media went berserk. The international outcry forced the Thai government and local police to finally step in and take proper measures. This extremely dangerous and over-the-top park was finally shut down in 2016 on the counts of numerous safety hazards. Subscribe to Top 5
Okay,
for
you
more
can't
and
anymore.
check out some of our other popular videos.
Interesting, though. Cool to see places. What do you think, penguins? It is getting late. Unfortunately, it's past your bedtime. Just trying to be considerate. I wouldn't mind, though, going more. We could watch the hearing loss video. I'm sure very relatable.
Yes.
Yes, one.
I'm answering the title. The answer is yes. Should you be worried? Also yes. It's bad, man. According to the NIH, nearly 1 in 5 young people show signs of noise-induced hearing loss. This figure is from 2005, 20 years ago. Before the invention of AirPods. This year, the World Health Organization says that 1 billion young adults are at risk of, quote, permanent, avoidable hearing loss. And according to the CDC, half of young people listen to music too loudly. Now, if you ask me, all of that doesn't sound too good. Yes! That was
We're
a
going
perfect
deaf.
joke! I wrote that! That was an original! So why exactly are we doing this to ourselves? How are we supposed to stop? And you know, if you think about it, is it really that bad? Yes! It is so bad. I had to put on a lab coat for this because things are about to get technical. Make sure your sources are in MLA format, kids. We're about to get peer reviewed. This is an ear. And if we examine it closer, these are what are known as hair cells. See, sound waves cause those bad boys to vibrate, and then our brain uses the vibrations to interpret sound. A beautiful system. But what goes wrong so that we stop hearing things all of a sudden? That's a fantastic question, and honestly, it's rather simple. According to the article from the 2017 journal Seminars in Hearing, when
I'm
the
sure
hair
you're
cells are
very
overworked, the
familiar.
mitochondria which phosphorylate adenosine diphosphate to adenosine triphosphate to provide energy to the cells become inefficient and release free radicals, reactive oxygen species, which are generated as part of a phosphorylation process. These charged molecules react with cells, membranes, and DNA in the cochlea, which damages and may lead to cell death. You know, pretty standard stuff. Now, right about now, you may be asking, well, David, what on earth does any of that mean? Do you even know? Well, of course I do, silly. I know exactly what that means. But if you're going to twist my arm and force me to explain it in layman's terms. Basically, hair cells in your ear are like grass. You step on it once and it's gonna spring back up, but you step in the same spot over and over and over, or hey, just really hard one time, and they're not coming back up. That is your ear hair. Now, when you listen to music or any other type of noise, they get a little frazzled, but eventually they'll restore themselves.
Okay, editing
but
is
when our
pretty
hair
good.
cells are exposed to too much noise, they become overstimulated, meaning they become fatigued, meaning they stop responding to sounds. Now, oftentimes this will be temporary and hearing can be restored, but if we do not change our listening patterns and keep doing this over and over and over, the hairs will eventually stop recovering and straight up die. And this isn't one of those things in the body where you can just be like, oh, my fault, I'll chill out. Can you go ahead and fix that for me? No, they don't heal. When it happens, that's it. They're done. You cannot fix it. This is your life now. The general rule of thumb is
Rip
that
Bozo.
70 decibels or less won't cause any hearing damage. However, once you reach the 80 to 85 decibel range, it starts to get dangerous if listening to it for an extended
We were not
period
made to
of
have
time.
such
The
power.
average pair of headphones
Such
maxes
volume
out at
power.
about 100 decibels, which is also like the average sound level of a nightclub. But hey, 100 isn't that
Be
far off
careful.
from 80 to 85, so it's probably not that big a deal to listen to it for an hour or two, right?
Good thing
No.
I don't go to clubs.
Very bad. That's not how decibels work. Now, I know what you're thinking. Man, I wish there was a cool guy in a lab coat who could explain the decibel system. And frankly, I'm offended it took you this long to ask. So here's something interesting. Forget decibels for a moment. The actual unit used to measure sound is called bells. Bells measure sound intensity, and they do so on a logarithmic scale. Now, what does that mean? Well, simply put, 2 bells isn't twice as much as 1 bell, it's 10 times as much. Therefore, 3 bells is 100 times as much as 1 bell. So dear viewer, how many times would 4 bells be? That's right!
A lot.
1,000 times! Muy bueno! And we don't like using decimals for this. So instead of saying something is 8.5 bells, we typically measure sound using tenths of a bell. A tenth of a bell. A decibel. Do you see? It's coming together. But remember what we just learned about logarithmic scales. How much bigger is 30 decibels than 10 decibels? Yeah, it's right. It's 100. Muy bueno. Pop quiz. So let's go back to our original question. How much louder is 100 decibels than 80 decibels? It's 100 times. And according to the World Health Organization, you can listen to 80 decibels of sound for 40 hours a week before it becomes dangerous. At 100 decibels, 20 minutes. A week. And who goes to a nightclub or a concert for 20 minutes? Also, if you're listening to stuff on full blast on headphones all the time, you're
You listen at normal
hooked. And
volumes,
so getting
right?
back to the volume notification thing, It's designed to measure how loud you listen to stuff and also how long you listen to stuff at that volume, and kind of predict if over the course of
Maybe
a week
this is
you're
why
doing
penguins
it
are
too much
suffering
and could cause yourself hearing
from
loss
OG
in the future.
sanification.
And if it does, it'll
Too
send you
much
a little
ASMR.
notification saying, "Hey, could you maybe not cause irreversible hearing damage to yourself for the rest of your life?" And then we all get mad that they're trying to help us. So maybe we owe a certain trillion-dollar company an apology. We're gonna start listening to the notifications, turn that volume down, and start thinking about our long-term ear health. Sound good, everybody? Hey, thanks for all your help, Doc. Hey,
Yeah,
all
listen.
in a day's work. Yeah. You know that's not how this ends, right? Like, of course not. You're not actually gonna do it. He's never gonna do it. He's never gonna do it. And allow me to be the first to say, I get it. I don't want to do it either. While I was doing the research for this video, the statistics and the stories did start to move me, you know? I started thinking about my long-term ear health and how I wanted to preserve my ability to hear sounds as long as possible. I mean, think of all the beautiful moments I could miss if I didn't take this seriously.
Preserve those ears,
I'd
OG
never be able
sense.
to hear my future daughter's first laugh. I'd never again get to hear the soft bristle of
So you can
trees
keep
blowing in
listening
the
to
wind on a
ASMR.
breezy fall day. I'd never get the chance to hear my future wife whisper "I love you" to herself. She didn't think I heard it, but I did. I was determined to take my ear health into my own hands, to make sure I could hear all those beautiful sounds for as long as humanly possible. That wasn't until I went to the gym, realized how low 85 decibels actually sounds, said
And
"Meh,"
Imuto
and
voice.
cranked that sucker as loud as it could go for the next 2 hours straight. Sorry, baby girl. Dad's gotta hit a PR today. Like, I don't think a billion of us are at risk of losing our hearing because we don't know that loud sounds are bad for us. We know that. It's just a lot of us aren't gonna change. But why is that, though? I think it comes down to two things. Technically, unless you're putting your ears right next to the barrel of a shotgun or you're standing directly in front
You
of
gotta
active
change.
fireworks, most sounds aren't intense enough to cause immediate deafness. Instead, they cause damage because you listen to them for too long. So, in theory, if you were to listen to all sound levels for the appropriate amount of time, you should be fine, but you don't, and you'll never change. The most viewed piece of media I have ever created
Oh,
is
Jiggy
literally a
complete.
video talking about the
Good.
fact that we all always have something going on in the background, whether it's music,
Cute.
videos like this, or literally anything. It is addictive because we always have something playing in our ears because
totally
silence
me.
is scary. So we'll always have something playing in the background, whether it's
Even
music,
right now.
shows, or random people on the internet. And I'm pretty sure that's what you're doing
The
right
layers
now.
go deep.
Listen, I know my audience and what you people come for. You come to hear me yell about whatever was interesting to me
Anyways,
this
no
week.
more
Half of
jiggies
you just
now.
put me on for the noise and aren't
Yeah.
even looking at the screen half the time. You know how I
Unforeign
know
it.
that? Hey, buddy, this is pre-recorded audio.
But thank
I'm
you.
not actually talking right now. I'm eating an apple or something apple-like if my house didn't have apples that day. And if you didn't notice until now, be honest, like the top comment, I'm really curious about these statistics. Am I trying too hard on these visuals? Because I put a lot of time into it and you people don't seem to care. Should I just switch to a podcast? You people don't care what's happening on screen. You don't care. You just come for my voice. You don't care.
What?
We have something playing in our ears at all times. I wake up and put headphones on. I listen to music while I'm in the car. I listen to music while I'm working. I'm listening to music right now. Well, not me. I'm not listening
It's over,
to music
man.
right now. I'm talking about the me
People
who wrote
these
the
days.
script in the past. Hi guys, it's me, Past David. I'm the one who wrote the words
Too
that your
brain-rotted.
current David is saying to you right now. I'm writing this script and I'm also listening to music while I do it. And it's really good. I'm really good at writing scripts and I also really like music. And hey, how cool is it that I can get this guy to say whatever I want? Look, I'll do it right now. He just did it. He just did it again. Man, I really have control over him and what he says and what he does, and there's nothing he can do about it. What's that you say? Hostage situation?
Sometimes I can't
Now,
do
why
that.
would you say that? I'm not holding him in my basement. Why would you ask that?
Listen
But
to
even if I
something
was,
and try to
what's he
work.
gonna do about it? Ask
My
for
brain
help?
gets
No,
fried. I
like
all
your
he's allowed to
attitude,
do is say
kiddo.
the words that I write for him, and he's happy about it.
Hello, Iomi.
So yeah, I really like music. He's behind the camera. If we're not gonna adjust how long we listen to stuff, then the next and pretty much only other solution is to decrease the
Hope you
volume
had
at
good
which we listen
stream.
to stuff. We could, but we won't.
We chilled.
Which Honestly, why? Why is it that we enjoy music when it's louder? Well, there are a number of reasons, and one of them we've already covered. Distraction. Loud music can mask unpleasant feelings by drowning out all of our
Good thing
other
I don't
senses.
listen to music.
Like, it's a lot harder to focus on the fact that you just had a bad day when your brain is too focused on the fact that your ears are about to start bleeding. In connection with that, another reason we like loud sounds is simply because of how intense it is. When our intensity of senses is increased, our intensity of feeling increases to match. And this is certainly the case for a lot of our other senses. For example, is plain boiled chicken going to kill you? Or are drab photos on Instagram going to make you cry? No, but let's live a little, people. So yeah, I guess we could listen to music at a modest 70 decibels, but that's not gonna give you the motivation you need to clean your house, do your homework, or go to the gym. Forget ear safety, let's pump it up, people, yeah! And also,
Find it
obviously,
within
when
yourself.
music is louder, you
The
can
motivation.
hear it better and appreciate the finer details and the little things. For me, I find myself doing this the most whenever I find a song that I immediately fall in love with and play on repeat constantly. Like, when I first heard one of the greatest songs ever composed in the 21st century, He Won't Hold You by Jacob Collier, listen to it from start to finish and tell me otherwise. When I first heard it, it changed
I don't really get
my
this because I don't
life.
listen to
listened
music
it
really.
every day on repeat, nonstop for like a month. I listened to it while I was sleeping, while I was
Just
driving,
YouTube
while I
videos.
was eating, while I was working out, and of course, while I was writing this amazing and
For
award-winning
myself, I
script.
guess.
Thank you, past David. You're welcome, present David. So, the more I listened to it, the more I wanted to appreciate its finer details and its little things. I wanted every part of this song to be etched into my brain. What's the easiest way to do that? To listen to it at max volume from start to finish and worry about the hearing damage later. It's a good
Crank
way
it
of
up,
life.
Babby.
It's not, no. Also, not to sound too much like an indie movie, but music really is the soundtrack of our lives. It can make any drab moment interesting, and it can make us feel like we're in our own movie. And I, for sure, do this every time I listen to music, to the point where it's almost
like
concerning, because I'll be like in a grocery store, thinking I'm the only one in the world. I'm not, but I'll definitely
Cope.
act like I am. Like, imagine we're in a public setting, you turn around and you just see me going like, it's a problem. I can't stop it though. It's really fun. But as far as loud sounds go, it really only gets worse when it comes to public venues. Like take clubs for example. Clubs in particular play very loud music almost all the time, so I have heard. Why is that? One reason could be is that it serves as a sort of free advertising. You see, loud music are to clubs what fresh baked pastries are to bakeries. You let the smell of fresh bread pour into the streets and the people will come. Likewise, if you let the sweet melodious sound of 2009 Pitbull blast through a neighborhood at sound levels that should not be legal, the people who make bad decisions will come to you. And once you're inside, the loud music isn't gonna stop because it serves a number of purposes. It serves as a social lubricant. Apparently men buy drinks more when the music is louder, and also it allows you to have private conversations even though you are surrounded by 50 people at all times. But most importantly, and also most conundrum me, is that you associate loud music with good times. Cause you're like, woo, we're at the club, I'm gonna get my swerve on, woo. Can you tell I've never been to one? But is it that we naturally just find loud music more fun? Or is it that every place we have fun, the music is just so happens to be turned up loud? Like hypothetically, if you could leave a party without a concerning ringing in your ear, do you really think you would have that much of a worse experience? Look, whatever the reason may be, people associate loud music and sounds with fun. And so if your brain attaches good times to this bad practice, it's going to enable you to continue that bad practice. And therefore it reinforces the behavior and you're more likely to do it again and again and again
So
and again and
overwhelming.
again. And then one day there's gonna be like this really weird ringing in your ear that's really weird. You might go away. It's not going to though.
This is how I've kept my youth.
We've been joking around a
Not
lot.
doing
It's been
stupid
fun
stuff.
for me, but to be honest, this is kind of a problem because we may not realize it often, but sound plays such an important and influential part in our lives. There was this clip I found from Hans Zimmer where he was talking about a movie he was working on, and he was talking with a bunch of the higher-ups about a scene that wasn't working or the story just wasn't conveying the right emotions. It wasn't right, but they were able to fix it with one thing. They turned the volume up.
The Christopher
We put it back
Nolan
to
music
where
is
we
so
were
loud sometimes.
3 months earlier, turned the music up a little bit, and I literally got a phone call from the head of the studio going, so what happened? You know, why are those shots that were meaningless to me now suddenly have a context, have an emotional resonance. I'm going, well, we got the balance right.
I am one of those people that believes that sound is more important in storytelling than visuals are. Because if you were to close your eyes right now, I could still paint a picture for you. And the way I would manipulate my voice and play different characters and do sound effects,
horror
that
stuff
would make
especially.
it real. You can make a lot work with a beautifully edited audio track, more so than I think you could with any blockbuster put on silent. Sound is really important. So it really sucks that there are so many things around us trying to take that away from us. It's not just the noise that you voluntarily pump into your head, it's the noises that are all around you that you can't stop. Traffic, trains passing, restaurants, bars, neighbors mowing their lawns at 7 a.m.
Truly.
That's me. I am sorry, neighbors. These noises aren't necessarily voluntary,
We love sounds
but
over
they are
here.
equally as destructive. And just think to yourself, how many times do you hear these things for extended periods of time in your days? And what's funny is that if you do listen to these sounds a lot, you may think, well, I've gotten so used to it, it probably doesn't hurt me anymore. If it doesn't bother you anymore, that's because your ears have already been damaged. And there's nothing you can really do to fix that. You can prevent it from becoming even more damaged, like we discussed, but that's pretty much it. This is your life now. But even beyond losing the ability to hear, loud sounds also disrupt other cognitive
Rip
abilities.
bozo.
There was this interesting study taken in 1974 where they were looking at a public school with the unique problem. You see, Public School 98 was built near a train track, so every few minutes a train would rumble by and teachers would either have to stop teaching or speak above the train just so their students could hear them. Now the study involved doing reading tests on the entire school. The kids on the quiet side of the school, their scores were just fine, but the kids on the noisy part, their reading scores were months behind where they should have been. And you want to know how I know this is true? I too find it very difficult to stay focused and to take in new information when there are loud sounds present. For example, and I better not be the only person that does this, do you ever find yourself dring and
I
then
can't
you
sleep
turn the
either.
music down so you can see better? Or like you'll be looking for a parking spot, so you turn the volume down so you can find one. Or like you'll almost get into an accident and then you don't, so you turn the volume down, you kind of just reflect and drive in silence for a little bit. These are all experiences we've shared before. These aren't original. Please tell me they're not original. And the real kicker with hearing loss is that it's subtle. You don't appreciate it while it's happening. It only hits you 10, 20, 30 years down the line, and by then it is way too late. It's like drugs and alcohol. People realize that those are bad things,
Just like heart
but
attacks.
they still do them. Why? Because they're only concerned about the present sensation, and the consequences, well, those are years down the line. We'll deal with that later. Let's just have fun. We're gonna be young forever. You won't. And it's really sad that some people will have to wait until the day that their ears, liver, and lungs expire until they realize that.
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
A good solution is to buy active noise-canceling headphones. Why would that help? Could you give us an in-depth scientific explanation about it? And also, could you put the lab coat back on? Well, if you insist. I mean, let's say there's a bunch of noise around you, and let's represent all that noise as one sound wave. The bigger the wave, the bigger the sound, the more hearing loss. So if we want this outside noise to be quieter, we need this wave to be smaller. How do we make it smaller? What's interesting is that if you play an opposing sound wave in the opposite direction, both waves will cancel out. Therefore, the resultant wave will be smaller. The noise will have been canceled. Nice. So that helps with the voluntary sounds, but when it comes to the involuntary sounds of daily life, keep some earplugs on you in case you're in an especially noisy area. And look, I get it. I know that sounds very corny. Do I carry around earplugs everywhere I go just in case? No! I'm not a nerd, but should I be doing that according to every article I read in preparation for this video? It's not a terrible idea. To me, caring about your ear health seems to be like at the same level as wearing sunscreen. It makes you look like a loser, but also you definitely should be doing it because everything in nature is slowly trying to kill you at all times. But fixing like the overarching problem of noise pollution and mass hearing loss, that needs to be like a
Sunscreen, very important.
As we all know, it is entirely possible for a person to understand that something is bad for you, not
That's how you
care,
keep your
and to
skin young.
continue to do it. Therefore, not only do the people need to be informed, but we also have to make loud noise corny. Like, do you remember all those anti-vaping and anti-nicotine ads they used to play when we were growing up? Vaping can deliver toxic metals like nickel and lead into your lungs. That's metal. In your lungs! Now, we can laugh at these ads all we want, which I did a number of times while writing this script. It's so funny. But ads like this stuck with me as a kid, and it was one of the many reasons I never wanted to smoke. And I think that can be said for a lot of us, because I think in many ways we
Want me to
were
help
the
you with that
generation that was gonna
sunscreen?
get rid of smoking. That was until, according to my sources, they made the nicotine mint flavored, and many in my generation, quote, folded like lawn chairs. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. But if we can do the same thing for noise pollution and like playing music too loudly, that's probably the best bet at changing the culture. An interesting idea that came up more than once while I was reading papers from the National Institute of Health was that in clubs, they should have like ear rest areas or no access areas where the speakers don't play as loudly or don't play at all, so that, you know, you get a break from all the loud noise. Now, that may sound dumb, but if you market anything the right way, it can catch on. For example, think about this for more than 2 minutes. Bottled water. You pay for bottled water. It's water in a plastic bottle, and you pay to have it. You already pay somebody else to have an endless supply of water in your home, but no, you want to pay a separate person to have the same water in a one-time use bottle. You could reuse the bottle. You're not going to reuse the bottle. You're going to throw it away. You could also buy a reusable bottle and fill it with the water you're already paying for.
Bottle
You
of
don't.
waters.
You pay a separate person to have different water. It's the same water, but it's different water in a plastic bottle. And it's water. Like, stuff literally falls from the sky, free of charge, all the time. It's not rare, but no, you pay to have it in a bottle, a plastic bottle. You buy it, you use it once, and you keep doing. You're still paying to have water in your home, and then you go outside. I think we learned a lot here today. We learned the need to be wise and informed consumers, to
Silly
think about our
people.
futures, and to preserve the gift of hearing for as long as we all can. But most importantly, we learned that Past David can write whatever he wants in these scripts, and I have no choice but to read them verbatim. Please send help. I'm pretty sure he watches me sleep.
Okay. Wow.
It is late now. We've watched a lot. I think we should head to bed. Call it a night. But I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Even if it was a bit weird. Interesting stuff, I think. Brainrot go. Bruh. The Brainrot is going. But I made some RuneScape progress, so I'm happy, I guess. I will go rest up more, okay? I hope you liked it. I'll probably be back tomorrow as well, as usual. For my ASMR. But I'll need to change it. Maybe a body cam again? Would you like that? Can find some cute outfit to wear. Just some hand cam triggers and stuff. Because I don't really want to talk. I hope that's okay. Alright then. I'll figure it all out. For now, have a good night.
Good rest of your night.
And have a good day tomorrow day. Tomorrow too. I miss you lots. I'll be back properly soon, hopefully. And yeah, I'll see you then. Rest well. Sleep well. I love you. Love you. Thank you so much for hanging out today and spending time with me. I really appreciate it. And your patience.
You're the best.
Choosing what?
Okay. Yeah.
Bye bye. See you.